Everyone please settle down. Try to occupy the seats in the front. Everyone standing in the back, please come in the front and occupy the seats, please.
Surya!
Everyone please maintain silence. Our honorable guests are arriving, so please maintain the decorum. Everyone please be seated. Everyone please be silent. Try to settle down fast.
Live. மேல வைக்கணும். இல்ல ஆடியன்ஸ் இவ்வளவு பேர் வந்து ஆடியன்ஸ் இல்ல அது டைம் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஆடியன்ஸ் 360 டிகிரி கொடுத்துருவோம் உனக்கு. ஆடியன்ஸ் அவங்க கொஞ்சம் பொறுமையா
Everyone, please maintain silence. We're going to be starting soon, so please maintain silence. Everyone please maintain silence. Our guests have arrived. Everyone give a huge round of applause as we welcome our honorable guests and dignitaries today.
A very happy morning to everyone.
Salamat pagi, apa kabar?
Welcome to the first International Joint Conference on Medical and Health Sciences 2024 in collaboration with University College of Maldives International, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. A pivotal gathering in the realm of medical and health sciences that transcend borders and unite minds from around the globe. I am Dr. Monica, Assistant Professor, and Daisy from the fifth year, and our team is extremely privileged and honored to host this esteemed assembly, where expertise converges with innovation and where the future of healthcare is started through collaborative endeavors.
Throughout this conference, we aim to delve deep into the forefront of health research, exploring breakthroughs in diagnostics, treatment modalities, and preventive strategies. Our agenda is enriched by the presence of eminent speakers who will share their insights and discoveries, fostering dialogue that shapes the landscape of medical sciences. As we embark on this journey together, let us seize the opportunity to exchange knowledge, forge partnerships, and envision a healthier world. Without further ado, let's get right in.
நுண்ணிய நூல் பல கற்பினும் மற்றும் தன் உண்மை அறிவை மிகும். Tamil is a language of South India and one of the oldest classical languages spoken on the planet. As Tamilians, we all should be proud of our language for its rich history, cultural significance, and literary excellence. It continues to be a source of pride and inspiration for all of us today. In light of this, I request you all to rise for Tamil Thai World.
Thank you. Please be seated. Before we continue on, I would like to call upon Shakti Priya from MPharm second year to perform a classical dance for us as a gesture of welcoming our honorable guests and dignitaries. Thank you so much, Sakti Priya, for your amazing classical performance. kindly request our honorable guests and dignitaries to occupy the dais. Please, sir. Please, sir, may you occupy the dais for us.
Central level.
By lighting a lamp in your heart, even the darkest room will seem to be a bright one. By starting with this quote, I would like to invite the dignitaries to light the Kuttu to launch this conference with the blessings of God.
Ready, sir?
I thank all the dignitaries for commencing a pursuit of knowledge in an auspicious manner.
The roots of all goodness lies in the soil of appreciation. At this moment, we would like our Vice Chancellor, Dr. S. Narayanan Sir, to felicitate our 7 key speakers for the day. As I call upon each of their names, I kindly request Dr. Narayanan Sir to felicitate them with a small token of appreciation. First up, Professor Dr. Wan Muhammad Azizi Wan Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor, UCMI. Please give them a round of applause. Next up, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nazir Saleh, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and International Education, UCMI.
Sir, ready, sir?
Next up, Associate Professor Dr. Vasudevan Ramachandran, Director, Center of Postgraduate Industrialization, UCL.
Sir, okay, sir.
Next up, Dr. Henki Sagar Ahmed Bulyadi Lai, Director, Research Management Center, UCMI.
Ready, sir? Clear?
Next up, we have Dr. Mohammed Aiza, Senior Lecturer, UCMI. Up next, we have Mr. Haley Lidwin Koyu, Lecturer, UCMI. Next up, we have Mr. Rashdudin Al-Jufri Rusli, Lecturer, UCMI.
Ready, sir?
Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Wand to felicitate our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sriman Narayanan, sir.
Sir. Right, sir. Sir, look here, sir. Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for honoring our guest of the day and getting honored.
I request all the dignitaries to be seated. True guidance is a light, a small torch in a dark forest. It doesn't show everything at once, but gives enough light for the next step to be saved. It is time to introduce a leader whose guidance and vision have been instrumental in shaping our academic ventures. He has always been a great support in cultivating a positive and productive environment for his staff and students, prioritizing their success and celebrating it as his own. Please join me in welcoming the Dean of School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vistas, Dr. B. Shanmugha sir, to deliver the welcome address.
Happy morning to one and all. It's indeed a great day to have 7 international speakers sitting on the dais, and we are hosting a joint conference with University, UCMI, Malaysia with Vistas. And this conference is going to be a great benefit to all you students because we are going to listen 7 international speakers delivering wonderful lectures on all the scientific themes related to pharmacy, followed by we'll be having 5 national speakers tomorrow who is also delivering very good topics. So first and foremost, it's my privilege and duty to welcome our own Vice Chancellor, Dr. S. Sriman Narayanan sir, because today is in a real busy schedule because we have off-campus inspection of our institution in the afternoon. Besides that, 11 o'clock, sir has a presentation, so I had to make him leave before that. But sir has accepted to be our chief guest on this occasion also. And sir used to tell always, if you host an international conference, kindly make the international participants present, so we can see live 7 international participants sitting over here. Not only international speakers, we have registrations from Malaysia and from Indonesia for this conference. The conference is going in hybrid mode. You have a live YouTube streaming going on, so through streaming, many people are witnessing this international event. Then I should thank the Vice Chancellor of UCMI, Prof. Dr. Van, because we generated the relationship 1 year back when we went to UCMI for a conference hosted by another organization, where Professor Van was a very humble person who was ready to sign an MOU with us. And we have signed an official MOU with UCMI. Because of that only, we have all these tie-ups and conferences are going on. Few minutes back when I was talking to Juan was telling that we should have real collaborative research between our own faculty and UCMI faculty, and there should be a student exchange. So because we are director of research, we are deputy vice chancellor of UCMI, they are very much interested more to collaborate with the younger generation and young minds and young faculty. These opportunities you should use, and you should try to have collaborative research. And not only with pharmacy, we can have research with medicine, research with science and other streams in UCMI. So it can be a good platform to do research collaborations. With this, I invite other dignitaries, Professor Mohammed Nasil, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor from UCMI, then Associate Professor Dr. Vasudevan Ramachandran. He is a personality who used to mediate between UCMI and Vistas, because he has become a very good friend of us for the past 1 year. Because before that, we didn't know who is Ramachandran or Vasudevan. Because when we went to the conference in UCMI, when we are talking in Tamil, suddenly the person told, "Sir, you are yes, that is how our conversation started. Still, the conversation is going on in a very friendly manner. So, he is a person who is trying to collaborate us. He is going to unite us in all type of modes. And he is also going to be shortly in adjunct faculty in Vistas. We have already spoken to our Vice Chancellor, and he has already published a paper for us in a collaboration manner in international publication with us. So he will be getting his official communication shortly. And apart from this, in 2 days, Friday is exclusively coming for our students to talk about research publications, especially for the final year students and the PG students. Not only for our students, the other research scholars and visitors also can join him, because he is having a wonderful knowledge in scientific publication and he is an editor of various research journals. Then I invite the Director of Research from UCMI, Dr. N.T. Nishwan Ahmad Ladilai, and Dr. Mohammed Haizat bin Mohammed Zain, the Senior Lecturer, and Mr. Ali Lidan Kyo, Lecturer from UCMI, who is in Research Management, and Mr. Rusidin Al-Risri Rusli, the Lecturer, Research Management Center, UCMI. Apart from this, I invite all the HODs, deans, directors from our districts, from our school and from other colleges, because as I told you, we started when myself and Ramachandran was talking, we wanted minimum 300 participants. Exactly, we could land with 320 participants, because actually we are restricted a participant to maintain the quality. So we have closed 2 days back to maintain the quality, and the best part is not only 317 participants are just participating. Out of that, we have 260 scientific presentations as abstracts. That is the most important thing. 260 presentations are being abstracts. So, and we have segregated the scientific committee as a big task. We have segregated as internal participants, research scholars, external participants, international participants. Likewise, so internal participants we could complete it yesterday, and today the external participants from other colleges will be screened parallelly after the inauguration. And we have an international session tomorrow exclusively for UCMI people. So likewise, it has been segregated all the 260 abstracts. And since we had an enormous amount of abstracts, the scientific committee requested 1 more day to release the proceedings, because proceedings will be releasing in a valedictory function, and because we need a ISBN number. The proceeding with ISBN number is more valid, so that we'll be releasing the proceedings tomorrow in the valedictory function with all the 260 abstracts. So that is how it is going on, and I should thank all the colleges because out of this 370 registrations, we have nearly 180 registrations from all over the country, and we have registrations from Satyakama, SRM, Ramachandra, Gandhimari College, it's a massive registration of 50 members from other colleges in Pune, Mumbai, and Andhra Pradesh and other places. So we have 180 participants. Some participants are participating in online mode. It's a hybrid conference actually. So for the convenience of that. So with this note, and we are also going to sign an already signed an MOF. Now we are going to sign a memorandum of agreement for conducting various events with UCMI. We are not going to stop only with this event. We will be continuing with other events with UCMI also. So in different terms and conditions. Similarly, I request Professor Van to host a conference in Malaysia where similarly we can come with different faculties from our school and we can participate in the second joint or third joint conference in UCMI. So it will be more interesting for our students to travel to Malaysia and our faculty to travel to Malaysia and experience the facilities in UCMI. With this note, I thank and the management for giving me permission to host this international event. Thank you one and all. All of you have a beautiful scientific day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts about today's event.
As quoted by John Maxwell, the pessimist complains about the wind, the optimist expects it to change, the leader adjusts the sails. The next person is someone who upholds high standards of academic rigor, research quality, and accomplishments of students. He has a clear vision for the institution's future and works tirelessly to achieve that vision. He always motivates us to set strategic goals, to lead the institution towards academic excellence, and inspires us to give our highest potential in anything and everything that we do. May I now request Dr. S. Sriman Narayanan, sir, Vice Chancellor Vistas, to deliver the presidential address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Most respected Professor Dr. Ward Muhammad Aziz Wan Sulaiman, Vice Chancellor, UCMI, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Respected Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir Shallah, Deputy Vice Chancellor, UCMI, Kuala Lumpur. Other dignitaries from Kuala Lumpur, Dr. Shanmugha Sundaram, Dean School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, heads of the departments from School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, other faculty members from School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, research scholars, students, and participants from other institutions. I am happy to preside over this function that is the first international joint conference on medical and health sciences jointly organized with UCMI and Vistas. And the title of the conference is Empowering Wellness, Navigating the Path to Health. I'm not going to talk much about the topic, but at the outset I would like to appreciate the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences for arranging a wonderful event in collaboration with UCMI, because when we say that there are 200 papers are to be presented for the benefit of the students, that means there are 250 different topics that you are going to discuss. So you have a larger avenues for discussion, and such a collaboration should not end with 1 day or 2 day conference. It has to be followed up. What I expect is there should be some exchange of faculty members from our institution to your institution, research scholars, and even students. So unless we go to the other place, we will not be knowing the facilities, infrastructure available there, and even to know the culture of the people who are living there. So it is not only the exchange of the research and other things, even the culture. So that is the basic idea of the international visit and the international exchange programs. I hope our institution and the UCMI in future will have a lot of collaboration, particularly for the benefit of the teachers, research scholars, and the students. And this is one of the wonderful topic, navigating the path to health. whether whatever power you have, whatever money you have, they don't have any value unless you have a good health. But how you are going to maintain a good health is going to be a big question mark in the days to come, because we have seen the COVID-19 pandemic and what had happened to the many people. So therefore, we are always on the lookout for new therapeutics, new medicines, and new methodologies for detection and other things. So the other day when we were talking, from the general treatment, are we going for personalized treatment? So from general delivery of medicine, are we going to aim at targeted drug delivery for certain diseases? And to what extent we are going to improve in the gene therapy? There are a lot of things in pharmacy and medicine, and there is no end in research in these areas. If you are really interested, you can do wonders in pharmacy and medicine. So I wish all the students take up a challenge in life, because having chosen an area of pharmacy, which is going to help a lot of people, take some challenging problems and come out with a proper solution so that it is useful to the many people in the society, because this is a chance for you. So with these few words, I wish 2 days wonderful stay for all the participants in this, because we are going to learn a lot. I thank the galaxy of experts who have come from Kuala Lumpur to our institution. Thank you very much. And I wish at least the alternative years, because next year our dean has proposed that you have to conduct this in your institution. So alternative years, I wish that you bring a galaxy of people so that they also come to know about us and they will interact more with our people. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. At this moment, we have come to the most significant aspect, the signing of a memorandum of agreement between School of Pharmaceutical Sciences Vistas and University College of MAIWP International, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Now I kindly invite Dr. P. Shanmugh Sundaram, sir, Dean SPS, and Professor Dr. Van, Vice Chancellor, UCMI, to step forward for the signing of the MOU. Further, the Registrar will sign the MOA in his cabin. Please join me in congratulating our signatories. As a symbol of this partnership, I request SPS and UCMI to exchange copies of the signed MOA.
Wait, Surya.
Surya, now close. Surya, now.
Surya, ஹெட்ரூம் அதிகமாக இருக்கு சரியா. தேங்க்யூ சார். ஹெட்ரூம் அதிகமாக இருக்கு. இந்த டில்ட் பண்ணணும்.
Let's give a huge round of applause, guys.
On behalf of everyone here, I extend our sincere congratulations to School of Pharmaceutical Sciences Vistas and UCMI on the significant milestone. May this MOA pave the way for fruitful collaboration and to reach greater heights. Thank you.
Bro.
Without any delay, let's kick off our scientific sessions with our first speaker, Professor Dr. Wang, Vice Chancellor, UCMI. Professor Dr. Wan is a medical doctorate. He has masters in herbal medicine from University of Sydney and PhD in pharmacology from University of Malaysia. In 2019, he has been appointed as a Vice Chancellor and Chief Executive Officer in UCMI. His research works mainly in natural products for diabetes mellitus, wound care, and cancer. Professor Dr. Wan's leadership style is mainly based on building strong relationships with staff and creating a supportive work environment. May I now request Professor Dr. Wan as he shares his expertise and perspectives with us. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome. I would like to thank the medical services for introduction, my background, and congratulations to Prof. Vice Chancellor, Prof. Sriman Narayanan, the Vice Chancellor of the staff, and Prof. Professor P. Sundaram, Dean of School of Medical Science, and fellow lecturers, all the participants, my fellow colleagues. So once again, on behalf of UCMI from Malaysia, we would like to thank, we would like to send our regard to Val's top management for having this international joint conference of medical and health sciences, IJCMHS 2024. Let me begin my lecture. My topic today will be more on the role of traditional Malay medicine in Malaysia. Alright. Okay, next slide. Okay, why I choose this topic? I think I've come to India 2 times, especially in Delhi, becoming a fellow to Ayush Ministry and also attending Arogya, is the world largest traditional medicine in the world. It's where India has been known as the champion or leader in traditional medicine, especially in Ayurveda. You all know Ayurveda, right? Do you know Ayurvedic medicine? Right, great. So in Malaysia, we're going to, under our universities, we're going to have conference on traditional Malay medicine. Okay, next. This is my background. I'm a medical background, as a pharmacologist, but my area more on the herbal medicine research. I'm currently the vice chancellor. Next. Okay, why that we want to discuss this topic? As we can see, that as we go through difficult phases in 2020, what happened to us in 2020? What happened to all of us in the whole world in 2020? COVID-19. Everybody has to lock down, has to stay at home. Where were you that time? At home also, right? Nobody can go out. So the world is facing a big problem, a big crisis in medical, especially in emerging disease or especially in the infectious disease. That's why you can see from this report, globally, alternative medicine has become a big area, a big growth area. And we can see that the growth area are very high, up to 90%. Next. Next. This will show that next. All right, are you familiar with this brand name? Himalaya. You know Himalaya? They are the largest in Malaysia, as well as in the world, as well as in India. Of course, India got so many other companies. But Himalaya has championed to the world and become the world leading Ayurvedic medicine. Right, thanks. All right, as you can see, there are many studies. For example, that WHO reported there are over 100 million, this is old figure. 1/5 of world population has gone through the TNCM, or traditional and complementary medicine, in US, in China, despite all data. But the last there, in India, there are about 700, this is some time ago, I think the data was about 2005, about 700,000, almost 800 registered with Ayush. Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, and Siddha, plus the homeopathy. So the Indian should be proud of that. You are the world's largest and you are the leader in traditional medicine. Let's make a round of applause. Yeah. Okay, as I said earlier, why that traditional medicine become more popular? Because of the changing disease, the crisis. So we can see that a big flood of patients try or undergo the traditional medicine. Go next. So in Malaysia, we got this, they call perubatan. Perubatan is medical, Melayu is Malay. So we have a lot of discussion and forum. Next. So Malaysia also becoming popular. We are going to revive our own traditional medicine. Next. To make you surprised, there are many drugs actually coming from plants. Can you name some of the drugs? Digoxin. Digoxin of for example here, aspirin. Salicin coming from the plant. Atropine, colchicine, thromboxane, digoxin, etoposide, and few more. Morphine. You know morphine? Right, there's few more. Okay. Being plastic become the most popular anti-cancer drug coming from plants. So all these plants being practiced traditionally before. Next. All right. So we got a plant here to show you some of the plants. They call Keynote. Keynote actually is a Betradine. Betradine is the addiction drug. They be used for a lot of morphine addiction and also some of other addiction. It is indigenous plant in Malaysia. I think maybe in India as well. But on the left side, you can see the red color fruit there. It is called God crown. Yeah. And I think here is mahogany. You know mahogany plant? It's a big tree. It's very bitter. And the purple flower, the Japanese researcher has come out a lot of compounds on this plant. Right, so I just want to show you some of the plants that will work next. So, okay, next. This is a $1 billion business. Next. Oh, it's quite small. Cannabis. I'm not sure about Indian government. Thailand has been already allowed to become a substitute drug or kind of treatment for addiction under the cannabis. So this is a multi-billion industry. Next. Okay, next. Okay, for the Malay medicine, just like Indian also, we have a lot of reference or the old manuscript. So for example here, in the 16th century, in the Malay archipelago, from Malaysia, we have this book they call Guskanus Salati. And surprisingly, in the 16th century, the Malay medicine, in this book, especially they have written the anatomy diagram. You have learned anatomy, right? You have learned physiology, many from, if anatomy from Grace anatomy, right? Grace anatomy or physiology from Ganong or Katzon. But surprisingly, the Indian as well as Malay, we got this old book or manuscript described about the anatomy and physiology as well as pathology. Okay, next. He's actually coming from India. Sheikh Nuruddin Al-Radiri is from Aceh, Indonesia, but he actually coming from, originally from India. Okay, next. Okay, next. So the same guy, Sheikh Nuruddin Al-Radiri from Aceh. Okay, next. And many more books become a referral to the Malay medicine. Okay, next. But all these books actually coming very old book in the 16th or 17th century. However, from the history, it shows that the Malay medicine, because Malay medicine coming from the Cambodia, from China, the Greater China in the 7th century, and Cambodia, as part of the king of Cambodia, if you know Angkor Wat, Angkor Wat is a very old ancient city. So the literature coming from that kingdom as early as 7th century. Okay, next. So next. Alright. So surprisingly, in the Indian or Malay archipelago, the Dutch Triprosia is belong to the University of Leiden, Netherlands. They have made compilation of the herbal plant from the Southeast Asia. So as I said earlier, we have all this information. However, the colonial pointed out the surprise, and but now it's coming up. So we realize that we have a lot of resources. Next. So historically, as I said, it started somewhere in the 7th century. The book in the 15th, 16th century. So all coming from the Greek, Arabic, or Hindu Buddhist tradition. So that's why in the right up is coming from this ancient Greek, Arabic, or Hindu Buddhist civilization. Next. The philosophy is very much similar to Indian Ayurvedic system. It's based on to make sure the body is balanced, right? Concept of disease, analyzing body imbalances, disease, caring disease. It's all trying to make sure the balance between the energy inside or the body inside. Okay, next. And for traditional Malay medicine, okay, we go next. Alright, then it comes from the local knowledge and wisdom, sourced from the knowledge, the experience, as well as interaction with different cultures. As I said, Arabic, Greek, Hindu, Buddhist, and then become the traditional Malay medicine. Next. Alright, so from the old literatures, it shows that, as I said earlier, there's already medical science in terms of anatomy, in terms of physiology, in terms of pathology, in terms of treating the patient. So, yeah, there are three elements mentioned that in the normal human body has maintenance and imbalance or that imbalance can cause disease. Okay, next. Right. As you can see that there are four elements to it: earth, wind, fire, and water. I think similar to Indian traditional medicine, the four element theory. So that actually balance between physical, mental, emotional, as well as spiritual. Okay, next. So from that four elements, it comes up with four body traits, and the disease condition basically balance between these four elements and the four in the body. Right, next. So diagnosis and therapy. So any imbalance between these four elements that cause disease. So in terms of therapy diagnosis, in terms of treatment is based on this imbalance. So analyze the diagnostic imbalance, for example, by feeling the pulse, examining the skin, the tongue, the eyes, stomach, blood, ears, gland, and the light. So the treatment technique could be surgery, cupping, circumcision, massage. Okay, next. Next. Okay, this part quite small to read. This to show of how the diagnosis is actually coming from. Right? Right. Okay, I don't do this. Okay, next. Next. Right. For example, we have this life therapy and prayer. So not only on the physical, but also on the social, emotional, mental element. Right? Next. Mental health, for example, is quite important. Right? Bath therapy. I think in Ayurvedic also they call it oil therapy. So in Malay medicine we have bath therapy, flower therapy, or any kind of aroma therapy. Okay, next. Right? There are many herbs therapy, as I said earlier. Next. Massage also, Indian Ayurvedic also got a very good massage system. Okay, next. Okay, now I'm coming to the second part of Malay medicine. In Malaysia, we have a special law under the Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act 2016 Act 775. What is that? Next. So this act to define what is the TCM practice and meaning. Alright, for example here, the table shows that there's a traditional Indian medicine, you also got Indian medicine, you got Chinese medicine, Malay medicine, Islamic, homeopathic, and complementary therapy. Next. Alright, so these are, for example, the areas of practice, regulation authority, and the Ministry of Health. Okay, next. So for example here, this is the Act of 705, what are the requirements? But in short, the Act is to make sure quality, effectiveness, safety, determine the eligibility requirement, compulsory registration, and the last one is to enforce the legislation. Okay, next. Alright, okay, next. Okay, emission, next. So we have our own policy. For example, in Ministry of Health Malaysia, we have integrated the traditional medicine into the normal hospital, modern hospital. There are 15 centers throughout Malaysia. Next. So we got inside the hospital, we got the traditional medicine center. Next. Okay, for example, here there are 6 areas of practices have been approved: the massage, the cupping, herbal, Sirudara from India, Basil also from India, and Burman therapy from India. Okay, next. So for example, here under our university UCMI, we become the Center of Professional Competency Course for Malay medicine. Yeah. Oh yeah. So by now, at the University of Health, they appointed our university to become one of the training center for the Malay medicine to become a professional certificate. So up to now, we have produced 300 Malay medicine practitioners that undergo through this course. Okay, next. Alright, so follow this red line. Next. So the way forward for Malaysia in traditional medicine, the manpower capacity for a practitioner and student, and we are proposing a special unit for under the King and under the Prime Minister Department. I share with you later why. Because India has a very different system and very different regulation and also the ministry. Special project for education, variety and promotion, generate the gig economy to become the industry, and of course the approval for the Act 775. Next. Okay, for example here in US, US government also has a center they call National Center for Complementary and Integrated Health. They provide 154 million into one to provide the budget to do research, to do promotion on traditional medicine. Okay, next. Okay, I'm coming to my last slide. Okay, this is very interesting. You must see this. Ministry of Ayush in India. Why I say India is champion or leader? Because India has made a special ministry separated from Ministry of Health. Am I right? Because Ayush ministry, and not only that, they give a lot of budget. There are millions, USD 50 million budget for Ayush ministry to expand and to do research. Next. Yeah, I went to Hamdard in Delhi. Hamdard University, they are Unani medicine, and they get Hamdard is very big holding. In Unani, they have Roh Afza. I think you know the Roh Afza, a very nice rose syrup. Next, I visited Agra, Taj Mahal, to find my love in India. And I have one love here. Next. Yeah, this is actually Aligarh University, where they are also in the United States. So my last word, I'm very proud and very honored to share this information to you, and I'm very proud to associate with Gulf City. So we would like to do more collaboration on traditional medicine, especially having the Ayush Ministry. And Indian government has given us about I think about 50 scholarships to study Ayurvedic medicine in India for Malaysians. But now we try to promote some Malaysians to study under the scholarship of Indian government to study Ayurvedic medicine. So once again, number one, I want to share the message that traditional medicine is upcoming, and India is the leader for having the Ayush ministry. And number three, you say why also want to become champion on Malay traditional Malay medicine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and engaging session. We learned a lot about traditional Malay medicine and its role in Malaysian healthcare. May I now request Dr. P. Shanmugarajan, sir, Head of the Department of Pharmacogenetics, to felicitate Professor Dr. Wan.
Surya. 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 Only sir, wait.
It's now time to take a quick tea break. So everyone enjoy your tea and refreshments. We'll be back by 11:40, so we can continue. Thank you.
பெஞ்சு இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் இப்படி தள்ளு.
இது சேர் மட்டும் லைட்டா தருங்க.
இல்ல இப்போ இதுல வந்து அவரோட நேம் போர்டு வைக்கணும் சரிங்களா? இதோட சேர்த்து அவராலும் அவரோட நேம் போர்டு கவர்
இந்த அளவுக்கு போதும்.
அவர் நின்று பேசுறாரு இல்ல இப்போ அவர் நின்று கொடுத்துப்பாரு. அவர் நின்று பேசுறாருல்ல அப்ப நீங்க இப்போ ஜூம் பண்ணும்போது அந்த நேம் போர்டு தெரியுங்களா? நான் இங்க இருந்து எல்லாம் ஜூம் பண்ணிட்டு
நீ ப்ராஜெக்ட் ஆன் பண்ணி பாரு, ஏன்னா இப்போ கிட்டேட் பண்ணோம்ல.
நீங்க தான் வைக்கணும். அதே மாதிரி நீங்க தான் வைக்கணும்.
Science. In 2019, he was appointed as an adjunct professor in medical technologies from the Mataram Polytechnic College, Indonesia. In 2024, he was appointed as a visiting professor from University Tunggal Badarudin, Indonesia. His remarkable achievements in biomedical science have garnered significant recognition, being the first Malaysian to be accredited as a chartered scientist by the Science Council and a fellow member of the Institute of Biomedical Science and Society of Biology, United Kingdom in 2014 and 2015 respectively. He is the recipient of numerous prestigious awards, including the Malaysian Outstanding Personality Award from Malaysia Education and PVEP Award in 2022, organized by the Ministry of Education, Malaysia, and highest recognition during the 10th Convocation of Polytechnic College in 2022. Furthermore, his active involvement in biomedical science is evident through his contribution as a part of Task Force of Allied Health Professions Act in 2016. He was appointed to a joint technical committee for the Allied Health Professional Council to represent private higher institutions, especially in endorsing new and verified academic programs under the Allied Health Profession. He was elected president of the Malaysia Confederation of Allied Health Professional Association. During COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, his expertise in molecular biology was acknowledged by the International Federation of Biomedical Laboratory Science to assist in reviewing WHO documents. Professor Dr. Mohammed Nasser has held various academic and administrative positions and faculty roles over 20 years, accumulating 27 years of teaching experience in biomedical science programs. His extensive 30 years of experience in training researchers in general biomedical science and molecular biological techniques as research tools have been invaluable to the field. He is an editor-in-chief to the Malaysian Journal of Medical Laboratory Science, and he has authored and co-authored around 40 scientific papers published and presented in national and international journals. So please join me in calling Professor Dr. Mohammed Nasir to present on the topic of medical diagnostics, present, past and future.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Thank you to our moderator for generous introduction about me. All right. Thank you to our moderator for generous introduction about me. And first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to say huge thank you to University for the first International Joint Conference on Medical Health Sciences. I hope this conference will be extended for a couple of years in conjunction of our collaboration. Okay, all right. I start my presentation today with this kind of very important recommendation on IR 4.0. All right. So you can see from this video, actually, it's a very important winding the era on the regenerative education, whereby we started on the first organization, which is we using mechanical and also steam and also water power. And then we move forward on the second organization of the mass production and also electricity, and then on the third is a very important on the electric IT system and also automation. And finally, we are in the era cyber physical system, and now we are towards AI in the 5.0 implementation. Okay, next slide. All right, I think this is a very important that we have to know regarding the personalized medicine, whereby the country and also the world has been contributed more than billions to ensure on the safety and also medical treatment to everyone. So you can see from here, for example, like a national health system in United Kingdom has been invest more than 12 billion to ensure that it's a very proper and also accelerate in terms of the patient care. Next slide. So from that, I believe everyone in this hall aware the very important on the precision medicine, whereby it's very important to look on the individual taking some personal characterization and also in terms of the treatment between one to another. Next slide. So from that, the era has been looked into from the beginning. You can see from early 2003, whereby they completed on the human genome project. And then towards that, they are looked on the building, on the knowledge network, on the biomedical research toward the new taxonomy of disease. And then 2014, you can see the implementation is a very important on the personalized medicine. And from that, in 2015, they are already embarked on the precision public health, whereby started in United States. And I believe from 2017 onwards, it's very important they look on the delivery of the healthcare system in this era. Okay, next slide. So I believe this is a very classical diagrams. You can see it's a very important the years how drug has been delivered. You can see from the beginning how people look on the decision of the development, and then from that they have to come up with the cell assay development, and then look on the test and also identify the compounds. I believe all the students in this hall, majority from the pharmacy program, I believe you know how to know extraction using the HPLC to identify the drugs. So from that you can see it's very important from the animal models, and then towards on the clinical trial phase 1 up to phase 4. All right, next slide. So from that, I believe this is very important that we look previously how people using the drugs for one drug to all people. Okay, so from that you can see it's very important to look on the effects, no effects, and also the adverse effect as well. So because sometimes people don't realize the importance of the output on the efficacy of the drug. Next. So from there, so you can see from here how the people look on the traditional medicine. Okay, so they move forward on the satisfied medicine, and finally they look on the precision medicine, whereby it's very important that we look on the from the beginning, from the genomics up to the endogenous factor as well. That's why it's very important to counter every single diseases to identify and measure the output of the disease. All right. From there, you can see the efficacy. Next slide. you can see the efficacy of the drugs. So you can see from one drug, we have treat individually to individual person and also diseases. So we look on the genomics and also personalized, and we can see the output of the drugs from one person to another person. So we can see from the positive effects on the drugs and also on the on the analysis as well. All right. Next. Okay. After that, we know about the COVID-19, and then from this era, I think it's a blessing of this virus as well, because all the processes will be accelerated in terms of the technology and also the identification of the drugs. Okay. Next. So from there, you can see is the future where we have to shorten from 18 years to 9 years. Okay, you can see a lot of the combination between the integration for big data analysis on the bioinformatics, and then they look on the animals models, and finally they can shorten in terms of the clinical trial as well. All right. So this slide, I think, is a very common. Later on, Dr. Basu will be explained in detail. So this is what I mean in terms of the genomics. It's a very important. We look on the genomics, and then we have to what I mean in terms of the terminology is the differences between genomics and also genetics. So you have to know this kind of what I mean terminology. All right. Next slide. So from that, you can see from that is very important. We look on the single cells, and then the people has been explored from the whole genome, and then they look on the clinical exome. Finally, they look on the single gene as well. This is very important that they have to analyze between one gene to another gene to identify the disease. All right. So next slide. All right, from here you can see from the history on the Human Genome Project. So this is the era that the big data analysis has been looked into it, because they have every single gene, and then they look on the function as well. So from that they know what kind of the diseases and what is the best treatment for certain diseases. All right, next slide. So from here, you can see like it's what we call is like similar like Google Maps, that they look on the very important on the combination on the detection is from genome up to metabolomics, and then from all the information they look on the information, and they look on the integration. So from here, they can see either the important on the networking and also the communication and also the trajectory of the genes. Okay, this is a very important beginning, the way how they identify the diseases and also the gene communication. All right, next slide. As I mentioned before, it's like a Google Maps. They look on the areas, and then finally they look on the structure, whereby it's very important to gather all the information from the individual patient up to the axon and also the signal of the symptom as well. All right. From here, so you can see the integration between they look on the diagnosis, which is very important on the accurate, and then the treatment on the targeted, and finally it's very important on the public health to look on the health outcome as well. So from here, they look on the first step on the laboratory science, whereby the integration between the molecular mechanism up to the identification, And from that, they have to integrate every single factor from the genomic, epigenomics, and also proteomics integration, and all the information network they have to put in big data analysis, and then from that they can get the information on the data population health as well, and very important to synergy all the information to identify the disease. All right, next slide. As I mentioned, in 2015, whereby the Barack Obama has been, addressed a very important on the precision medicine. From that, the United States now is do a treatment every single patient with a different treatment to the nation. All right, next slide. You can see, okay, before this we look on the symptom, aspect. So now we look on the pattern base, and finally, I believe they're using a data big analysis and also logarithm base to identify the treatment and also the medicine as well. This one is a very important, the integration on the big data analysis. All right. So we can see in real situation, next slide, whereby they look on maximum is about 2 weeks from the patient see the doctors, and then they look on the biopsy, and then they look on the pathology, review, sample, preparation, and finally on the 14 to 15, the result and also the treatment. So this is will be accelerate the process on the patient treatment. Okay, next slide. So you can see, for example, like a patient sample from the rare disease and also from the cancerous patient as well. So you can see what is the pattern later on. Okay, next slide. So from here, they can look on the very important on the 4 area. They look on, for example, on the tumor diversity and also heterosity, and then from that they look on the tracking evaluation of the individual cancers, and finally they have to do on the characterization and also the microenvironment, and finally they look on the new mechanism of the drug resistance as well. So they will be integrated in one during the therapeutics opportunity. All right, next slide. So from there, all the information will be, you can do a screening, and then you can see from a broad of the diseases, whereby the gene communication in the body from the male, female, and also pediatric patient as well. So from that, they can see the pattern recognition on the gene as well. So very important, next slide. They cooperate with the computer algorithm, whereby we are moving forward on the AI. So you can see they already started earlier, whereby they look on the detection on the life threatening on the species as well. Okay, next slide. So from there, they are integrated using the engineering precision medicine technology, whereby they are cooperated between the genomes, and then you can see on the diagnostic, and then they look on the therapeutic, finally on the device. So this is what I mean the integration of the technology. Okay, next slide. I think it's very important. You can see from here whereby the clinician look on the diagnostic, and then to identify on the prognosis, and then the clinical trials, and finally they look on the therapy selection and also the cancer susceptibility as well. So this will be integrated system to identify the disease. Okay, next slide. Okay, I believe this is a very I think you know this actress, right? Okay, this actress, Angela Jolie, she got breast, the family, the mothers and also the
sister died because of the breast cancer. So what she did, she do the microarray analysis to identify either the gene turn on or turn off as well. So what we did, they're using the recent technology microarray to look on the gene profile, because she believed the breast cancer will be genetically transferred from the mothers to her. So she removed the breast cancer. So she removed the breast cancer using the mastectomy to ensure there is no gene, the breast cancer gene will be appear later on. Okay, next slide. So from that, this is another important that they are using a very smart, device. So I believe when we're talking about the DNA sequencer, it's a very huge, equipment. Now it's a very small device you can carry out from one to another to accelerate in terms of the identify of the, DNA sequence. All right, next slide. Okay, similar technologies. So you can go to from one area to another area using this device to ensure that people can use it and then to get the data analysis as fast as we can, because it's a very important big data analysis. All right. From there, next slide. So from there, I believe, next slide. Okay, from this, era, I believe everyone has a smart, phone, whereby all sort of the, application in terms of the device has been installed in the, in the system. So for example, like during COVID-19, everyone have their own device to update their similar to Malaysia, like everyone compulsory to install like MySejahtera. But I'm not sure in India they're using what kind of apps people can updates regarding the the government can trace the location whereby the pandemic occurred during that time. So from that you can see, I believe because of the COVID-19 virus, all the technology has been accelerated in terms of using IT technology. So from that you can see now these people using like watch to look on the many things like ECG. You can look on the cardiovascular detection, and I believe there is others technology can implemented. They're using from the GPS, and then from that they can have like so many devices available in the market, whereby people can check and also to look the health status time to time. All right. So this is the function on the engineering side, how the mechanism and also the function of the device will be triggered to everyone or alert in terms of diagnostic and also the therapeutic as well. All right. All right. Similar to this diagram, so you can see from here. It's like everything is integrated. Okay, you can see from beginning, and then they also look on the omics analysis, and then big data analysis, laboratory, and finally they look on the public health as well. It's very important on the personalized medicine as well. So next slide. Besides that, I think this is a very important towards on the human welfare, because from the precision medicine, so we can look on the personal medicine, and then they have to look on the healthcare as well, finally to benefit to the community as well. All right. Next slide. And all these will be integrated. Okay, I believe is everything is integrated and is a benefit to everyone at this moment. So you can see it's a very powerful ecosystem between one department to another department. All right. All right. This is the same thing. The benefit to the system, the community. And finally, you can see the next slide. You can see now people look on the integration every single aspect. Okay, either on the healthcare system, either ambulance, for example. So you can see so many things is integrated, and I believe there is like a smart city integrated every single system in the ecosystem in the community and also in the world. Okay. Before I end my presentation, I leave you with this next slide video whereby we can see it's a very important on the situation in medical technology.
Devices. The information moving through smartwatches and sensor on socks, pacemakers and replacement knees, oxygen sensing patches and smart mirrors could, and in some cases is already starting to help patients improve well-being, anticipate issues, and change behaviors to maintain overall health. That move from device maker to data provider entails a radical shift in business models. Instead of making incremental improvements to devices, medtech companies will use transformative cognitive technologies to reshape how we approach health. Dealing with the wash of data is daunting, but medtech companies don't have to do it alone. Instead of viewing technology firms and specialized digital health companies as competitors or disruptors, what if medtech saw them as partners? These consumer-focused companies already collect, store, and analyze vast amounts of consumer data. What they lack is deep industry knowledge and credibility with care providers. And that's exactly what medtech companies bring to the table. Joint working teams between consumer tech and medtech have the potential to reduce medical costs, optimize provider performance, shift the care setting, improve patient outcomes, putting them at the epicenter of the system, and help society transition from an acute care model to one that fosters prevention and early detection, all of which bring medtech companies closer to consumers and keep them critical as we transition into the future of health.
Okay, with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your knowledge. Now, I request Dr. S. Jayakumari, Ma'am, Professor, Department of Pharmacognosy, School of Pharmaceutical Science, this task to felicitate Dr. Nazir.
Surya.
Next, I would like to intro our third speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Vasudevan Ramacharan, who will be discussing about the role of pharmacogenetics in the modern scientific world. Associate Professor Dr. Vasudevan Ramacharan obtained in PhD in Genetics, University from Malaysia in 2009, currently works as Associate Professor and as Director for Postgraduate and Internationalization at the University College of UCMA, International, Colombo, Malaysia. He has worked as a postdoctoral researcher and senior research fellow in University of Malaysia for more than 8 years. He has received more than over 20 million of research grants as a principal investigator and co-principal investigator. His research outcome has been published nearly to 99 papers in international peer-reviewed journals and has presented more than 60 papers in conference. His article has been cited more than 2,400 times, which and achievements for 22. Its primary research interests in the field of genetic association studies, quantitative systematic reviews, and meta-analysis, and conducted the several workshops and seminars on research methodology and publication. He is serving as a reviewer and academic editor for many impact factors journals. Now I call upon Associate Professor Dr. Vasudevan Ramachandran sir to start this section. Please sir, the stage is yours.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Shanmuga for organizing this conference as well. Because we are the co-host, and we are all from Synergistic College of Biotech International, which is in Kuala Lumpur, near to Batu Caves. I think you all know about that one. The long statue of Murugan one. So it's near to the one, we will see that. And as Prof said that, we have been talking about a lot about the precision medicine. So the main thing is my talk will be on the role of pharmacogenetics in the modern scientific world. So how we are going to see this development right now. But it has been developed a lot, almost more than 20 years back it has been already developed. But still we can say that pharmacogenetics in its infancy stage. Because it has to be established a lot, even though they have discovered a lot of things on basis of the pharmacogenetics. Okay, I think all of you know about the pharmacogenetics. It's just simple kind of things that how the gene is responds to the drug. That's all. So you have to know that each and every person will be responding to the particular drug. So we have to analyze the genetic profile that how is going to respond based on your drug, and it's easy for you all to reduce the cost, and also of course you can prevent it and you can have the better way of the treatment. So some of the goals you can see there. Next slide. Some of the goals of the pharmacogenetics you can see there is basically for the individualized treatment. So that's what we say is a personalized medicine, where everyone also can have their own genetic profile, and then you can, doctors will be, physicians will be suggesting that this is a particular drug. So that's why you need to have that personalized medicine. So I can suggest that nowadays the sequencing is quite, it's not an expensive one. Earlier it was very expensive. Now everyone can have their own DNA sequencing. That's the genetic profile. So the physician can ask you to do the genetic profiling, and then each one can have the genetic profiling, and you can take the data to the physician or a pharmacogeneticist one, and they will be suggesting the right drug for you. That's the main thing. So instead of that, for example, if we have fever or we have headache, we just try to get one tablet. Usually we take the paracetamol or the paracetamol 1 kg, right? So that sometimes it won't be work, so you have to take another tablet. Then again you will have more headache for another 2 more days. So you keep changing the drug. But if you know your genetic profile, then you will be taking the right drug. Then you don't need to have a different drug, and your treatment will be much better. You will get cured within a few days because you have a genetic profile and you are taking the right drug. So that's the important thing. That's the most important thing. The basic idea of the pharmacogenetic one. But pharmacogenetics usually is based on the single gene. Then apart from that, of course, you improve the efficacy one and safety improvement and optimize dosage and reduce drug error and advance precision. So these are the main things that we have to look after the pharmacogenetics one. Next one. So why we want to do the pharmacogenetics? Some people will be thinking that nowadays they are doing the pharmacogenomics. It's just nothing but that pharmacogenetics is based on the single gene, where you want to do for the multiple genes, then it will be the pharmacogenetics, and it will be pharmacogenomics as a genome based one.
But here only the single gene based one. So that's why we are focusing more on the pharmacogenetics. But nowadays, a lot of pharmacogenomics have come up with advanced technologies. But we will see the basic one that how it has been developed. So pharmacogenetics usually you see the genetic variations. I hope that everyone knows about the genetic variations where the city included polymorphism. You can see it's a mutation one and deletion, deletion. So all those kind of things comes under the genetic variant and how it responds to the drug. And then you can see that of course it will be helpful for the healthcare providers. Next one. So for example, you can see that what are the drugs it has been there and how which genes is response to the particular drug. For you can see that the clopidogrel is one of the very good ones, helpful for the blood thinners. So many of them they have the blood clot, so they will take this kind of drug. But they need to see the genetic profile and how the patients respond to the particular drug. So based on that, they will give the dosage because we need to activate this drug one. That then only you will get that curing. So otherwise it's quite difficult. So you have to know the genetic profile and the particular gene, the C1b2, C1 gene. So that's the most important thing, and then they will be looking at whether it's activating to activation or not. So that's the important one. Apart from that, omeprazole is there, and also tamoxifen is particularly for the medications they are using for that, and abacavir is for HIV treatment. So these are some of the drugs they are using, and they check the genetic profile. So you can see that it's not that many genes or many diseases, but they are doing a few kind of research based on that, and only the pharmacogenetics will be available. It's not that for each and every disease, but mostly is used for the cancer oncology one, psychiatrical one, and also for the cardiovascular diseases. Next one. So you can see that basic approach will be that usually they will do the biochemical test. They will be taking the blood samples or any samples, any source of samples, they will try to extend the DNA and they will see all the genetic profile, and also they will see the biochemical parameters. And then that's the traditional one. Whereas here in the pharmacogenetics, they will check the biochemical samples as well as they will try to extend the DNA and they will try to see which particular gene is responding to the particular drug. And based on that, they will be giving the dosage and also dosage to the patients. Whether it is a higher dose or normal dose or alternate one. So this is basically follow the clinical one. So how, as I said, that the patient will be visiting the physician, and then the pharmacogenetics consultant will be checking that what type of genes you need to look it out based on the what kind of disease you have, and they will be looking on the genetic profile. And with that data, they will be suggesting the right drug. But before that, they will do some kind of intervention that how much dose they are going to take out. Because this one is reduce the cost as well as the time, and it is better for the patient's improvement. Yeah, next one. And you see that biomarker discovery. Next one. Biomarker discovery, analytical validation for the genetic variants and clinical validation, and later on they will be applying for the clinical implementation. So this is the basic steps they will be doing for the pharmacogenetic one. So let's see the next one. Let's see what are the causes for the individual variability. As I said that we can see one of the things is the gene one, and of course apart from the genetic side, we also see that what are the drug interactions, and also the risk factors, and then basically the gut microbiota also. This is one of the hot topic right now. They are looking forward that how these kind of things help food, and they try to prevent the disease using the gut microbiota profiling for individuals. And of course, gender side, disease state. So all these things is most for the individual variability, but basically most of the things is based on the gene side, genetic side. The next one. So usually the genetic represents the missing piece of the puzzle for all these days, and this is now usually accessible through the pharmacogenetic side. So these kind of tests can be used for the reasoning, and then it can be helpful for assisting the healthcare. And of course, it's now considered as a crucial one for the genetics one and for prescribing the medication. So that's why we need to focus more on the genetics, even though there are other risk factors or there for a variability one for the process one. The next one. And when I talk about the genetics, the most important thing I say is the single nucleotide polymorphism. We call as a SNP, where a particular nucleotide has been replaced with another nucleotide, and because of that, there will be a mutation. You can say there is a missense mutations or can be sometimes silent mutations. So these are the mutations which will be responsible for the development of many diseases. So genetic disability, even for hypertension, diabetes, some of the genes are responsible for the development, and even for the cancer or disease. So for this one, we will see that which genetic variant is there and how it has been respond to the drug. So this is the first thing is you need to know about the SNPs. The next one. And based on the SNP profiling, then we will see that how the drug treatment is working for the particular person, whether this person will be work or not, whether its efficacy is good or not. So all these things will be analyzing, but just based on the genetic profiling and based on the genetic variations, that too only the single nucleotide polymorphisms. Next one. There are so many methods to detect the genetic variants. As you see there, you can see the most important thing is they use the PCR, which is the traditional one. Even still now, a lot of researchers are publishing based on the RFP technique, as well as the traditional one. But now we can do the validation point. I think those who are working on the genetic polymorphism, they know about this technique, PCR. But apart from that, nowadays with the advanced technologies, they have moved to the genetic profiling by using the DNA microarray and the next generation sequencing. That's the most important thing. It's quite, even though it's quite expensive, but many companies, sequencing companies, they are willing to do the service, and then we just simply give the samples and they will do analyzing part. So that's the thing they will do, and then the cost also is not that much expensive as well. Okay, the next, these are some of the methods, and the next one, you can see that particularly I'm just focusing on the next generation sequencing, where the samples will be taken from either from the healthy individuals or from the patients, and later on they will be analyzed using the NGS sequencing machine, and you can see that phenotyping, we have to look what are the genetic variations on that. So for that particularly, we need to see the the genetic identification and then variant classification. This one will be based on the bioinformatic ones, and because it's all combined with all the fields. Basically, the bioinformatics plays a major role in the NGS. And then you can see that that report will be given to the pharmacogenetics, and they will be sending the report to the physician, and based on that, the patient will be, the physician will be giving the drugs to the particular patient for the better improvement. But you can ask that whether it is happening now or not. As I said, that in India is quite less, but in other countries, even recently the FDA has approved more than 21 drugs. That means particularly based on the few diseases like lung cancer and all these kind of things, they have approved a few drugs and they have modified the particular biomarker. And they are already the pharmacogenetics is going on in few countries. But in India, it's still a long way to go. And I have just checked that some of the research they have done based on the pharmacogenetics and cancer, and you can see that there are so many publications and papers, articles have been published so far based on the pharmacogenetics and cancer, as well as the psychiatric one. The next one. And the next one. The current approach, you can see that, as I said, that the drug has been prescribed, and then prescription filled with a lot of doses. And then you can see that they are just looking the genetic test order, but this genetic test is just really is an optional one. It's not the compulsory one, but they will be explaining all the benefits if you want to do the genetic profiling. Of course, here is a bit expensive. It will be more than 30 to 50,000 for a single for the individual person, and then they will be asking whether you want to do it or not. So once you agree with all those kind of things, then they will be taking the blood samples and they do the genetic profiling based on any kind of test, but usually they do the NGS. So that's the analysis they will be getting. And then you can do the prescription one. And nowadays they are doing this kind of things. As I said that in many countries they are following the future approach, the one for the genetic profiling based on the individuals. The next one. So the current medicine is for everyone, but nowadays, as I said that, it will be they will be choosing which person should get how much dose and which drug. So that's the future approach for as of now. But you can see that the more personalized diagnosis will be applicable for all the patients, and also for the physicians will be easy for them to give the right drug. They don't want to give the so many drugs to see the intervention. But this one they already fix that okay, this is the drug for you, and this is the dose they have to give it. So it's all easy for all the patients to get through fast. The next one. So here you can see that earlier, as I said, that pharmacogenetics was the one they have done it started earlier, but now they move to the pharmacogenomics where multiple genes are involved. It's not that only a single gene. For the development of hypertension, there are so many genes out there, particularly angiotensin converting enzyme. So that one is responsible for both hypertension and diabetes, and many genetic variants involved. So what they have done is they want to know that other genetic variants involved in the other genes. So they have to go for the pharmacogenomic science. So they will bring forward each and every gene, and which was the one they causing for the development of the disease as well as for the responding to the drug. And also they have moved to the pharmacomics. This is a new technology, as I said that bioinformatics is the most important one playing a role here. So these are the recent developments they have come up from pharmacogenetics to the omics side. Yeah, next one. So recently what happened, some of the companies, they understand the importance of the personalized medicine. So they have given a lot of research grants, and then also they have tied up with the many industrial pharmaceutical industries as well. They want to do more research on the personalized medicine because they don't want to waste the time as well as the cost. So they want to reduce it, and they have come up with many kind of collaboration. The reason one, the Infosys, they have launched the SAP-based personalized medicine solution for the pharmaceutical companies. And also there are so many research grants out there. Later on, we will be discussing with the lecturers, and we will see the program of research grants available, and we will cover as we will be submitting a proposal, and hopefully we will make it the research grant as well to do the further research. And many other things are going on. As you see, the biotech also they have come up with the collaborations, and they want to do the more research on the personalized medicine. The next one. And apart from the bioinformatics, now also they have machine learning, artificial intelligence as also they have come back together with the personalized medicine to do the research. And you can see that they are taking all the data sources and data collections, and with that they do the data modeling and processing, and based on that they do the data integration to the precision medicine. So this is the current latest technology. This is the one Profan was talking about that here can do a lot of data we have. So we are going to develop the AI one for the using the big data analysis and particularly for the precision medicine. So this is the future one, and of course some of the researchers they already started doing this one. The next one. And here you can see that pharmacogenetics technology market. You can see that by technology, most of them are using the PCR as the main one for diagnosing for identifying the genetic variant. Apart from the sequencing, as I said, but mostly they're using on the oncology part, particularly for the lung cancer, breast cancer, colorectal cancer, and apart from the neurological disorders, cardiovascular disease, and immunological one. And these are the key players, all the important ones, industrial one, Agent technology, and then Illumina, of course, and then Pfizer, Keynote, all these industries, they are putting a lot of money on this kind of things. So that's why the market is very rising up. You can see there in 2022, the 14.10 billions they have come up for they are predicted. And by region, you can see that most of them they are using the US one, and apart from that, of course, other countries, other regions also developing the research. The next one. And you can see the annual growth rate of the using the technology. Here is a linear sequencing is a lot, and following that is a microarray. And electrophoresis, as I said, the still is a validation method for detecting the genetic variation, the PCR electrophoresis, the PCR RRT method. But nowadays you can see DNA sequencing is the one. Right now, the technology wise are using for validation and for finding the genetic variants. The next one. And you can see the global predictive and personalized medicine market. The huge rise for this one, 2022, they have predicted basically for the personalized medicine therapeutics, followed by medicine diagnostics and also the medical care, and and personalized nutrition, what I was talking about, the gut microbiota. So these are the ones that are targeted, and definitely this is a huge chance for getting a lot of research grants for the institutes as well. The next one. And personalized medicine biomarkers, you can see that basically they're spending a lot of money for the treatment selection and following that's a yearly detection. Because most of the patients they already get the disease and then only they're going to visit the doctor. So that's why they're spending a lot of money for the treatment selection, and following that some of them they want to know that whether I'm the risk of developing any disease or not in future. So that's why they want to do the yearly detection using this kind of technology, and of course they want to diagnose the particular diseases and monitor. So you will see that the more money has been utilized for the treatment selection. Next one. And mostly they have used the money for the oncology research and following with that infectious disease, neurology, psychiatric, and the last one is the cardiovascular one. But these are the major one. But of course, even in the other fields they are trying to use it. But mostly they are spending a lot of things on the oncology side. The next one. The region-wise, as I said, the number one is of course the North America. They are spending a lot of money on the research. That they are predicting the market will be very high in future. And following that, the other parts, the Europe, Latin America, Middle East, Africa, and the Asian Pacific countries, all these things are following the similar one to identify the genetic profiling and also towards the personalized medicine. So you can see that what next one. You can see that what are the advantages for that. Of course, it can be reduce the chance of avoiding the side effects first, and you can reduce the cost of the healthcare, and you can see that overall it will improve. That's the main thing, that it will reduce the cost, and as well as the patient can get through for using the right treatment. The next one. So sometimes definitely there will be some kind of disadvantages will be there. The cost may be the prohibitive one for some patients, because as I said, that's quite expensive to do the genetic profiling. So they may think that whether shall I go ahead or not. Because at that time they don't have money, it's quite difficult, but they will be spending a lot of money in future. So it's quite difficult for the patients to let the money out at the beginning itself to do the personalized medicine. And then of course there are a lot of things needs to be done, and knowledge-wise as well, and we need a lot of pharmacogenetics and as well as the bioinformaticians as well to do this kind of work. The next one. I think some of them they know about the databases, particularly this one, PharmGKB's one, the extensive database where you can find all the drugs and also the genes related to the one which one is responsible to the particular drug and based on which disease as well. So using these kind of databases, you can even come up with so many papers, and we will see that what kind of opportunities to do the research work based on the databases. The next one. So what I'm trying to say is we have to use pharmacogenetics playing the right way to reduce the cost as well, and of course to optimize the drug therapy, and we have to find a lot of diagnostic tests which can be done more valid and reliability is there to identify the genetic variants, and as I said, the pharmacogenetics is an essential tool to improve the safety and efficacy for the drug treatment. So I think most of the pharmacology students are doing the pharmacogenetics, right? Anyone doing a pharmacogenetic research here? Pharmacogenetic research? Only few? Okay. With the gene interactions, identifying the gene. I hope few of them are doing when you're doing the master and PhD, definitely pharmacogenetics is the right field. You can think over it. As I said, it has got a huge benefit and a lot of grants you can get it to the research. And the main thing is the outcome will be helpful for the patients as well as for the pharmaceutical industries. So the contribution that what you're going to give it is very useful for the scientific world. I think with that I would like to end my talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was very interesting to learn about pharmacogenetics. Now I request Dr. G. Saravanan, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry and Analysis, School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, to honor Dr. Vasudev.
ஏய் சூர்யா ஒரு சைடு ப்ரோ உள்ள வரானா
Thank you, sir. Let me now introduce the fourth speaker of the day, Dr. Henki Sawan Ahmed Mulyadi Lai. I hope that I got the name right. He is a distinguished academician whose extensive journey in pharmacology and health sciences has significantly advanced the field of regenerative medicine. He holds a PhD in pharmacology and a master's degree in health sciences from the National University of Malaysia and a bachelor's degree in medical laboratory sciences. Dr. Henry serves as a senior lecturer at Faculty of Health Sciences and the Director of Research Management Center at UCMI. With a passion for research and education, Dr. Henry strives to bridge the gap between academia and industry. He has garnered international acclaim, including the prestigious JAC Japan International Research Award. His impactful presentations have earned him several Best Presentation Awards in Korea and Japan. His dedication to knowledge dissemination is evident in his active participation in conferences across Spain, Japan, Korea, the Netherlands, Taiwan, Indonesia, and Malaysia. He collaborates with industry partners on clinical trials focusing on RNA vaccination and 3D organoid cultures, highlighting his commitment to translating scientific discoveries into real-world medical solutions. I invite you to deliver this speaker.
Okay, so very good afternoon. So basically, I believe that most of you have heard of the precision medicine. And I believe that just now, Prof. Nazil and even Dr. Vasu have mentioned about precision medicine. So they have mentioned about precision medicine, but how you want to run an experiment on precision medicine, right? So currently, my topic is regarding on how you want to run a precision medicine that focusing on in vitro models. So we have a few in vitro models. One of it is what we call as iPSC. Have you heard of stem cell? Okay, if let's say you heard of stem cell, we have one thing we call as the iPSC stem cell, whereby you can take this cell, you can generate into different types of multiples of cells. Okay, so let us dive into this what we call as advance of regenerative medications by precision medicines into the human's iPSC cell as well. But my focusing is on the retinal part. Okay. So in this topic, I'm going to cover up all this from the introduction to the conclusion as well. Moving forward, have you ever heard of a disease we call as an AMD disease? We call it as an age macular degeneration medication diseases. So this disease basically is happening to people who are 50 years and above, or people having oxidative stress. Okay, so you have a few risk factors. Back then, we believe that AMD disease is always happened with people who are 50 years old and above. But actually, when you have a family history, okay, or you have a heart disease, as I mentioned just now earlier, because of oxidative stress, when you have oxidative stress, you will tend to get these diseases as well, okay, and smoker, okay, even people who are exposing to the sun as well, okay. Moreover, we found out not actually sun exposure. If let's say you're exposed to the light, you're playing with a handphone, because when you're playing with a handphone, you have what? Because of blue lights. Okay? When you're using blue light, you will tend to increase the oxidative stress. So you can see over here in this picture, what we have is normal OCT, and then you have the dry OCT and wet AMD as well. So this is different causes of AMD. We have two types of AMD, dry and wet AMD. We call it as a dry type and wet types of AMD. Okay? So the next one, why do you want to use precision medicine? What is the importance of using the precision medicine? It's because we have limited numbers of animal models. You need an animal models to run an experiment. But if let's say you have an in vitro using organoid, using stem cell, you can do it inside the lab. It's much more convenient and easy as well. Okay? And the second one, because we can have benefit in the drug screening. Instead of catching a humans, you're running on the humans, you can use iPSC stem cell and you can produce a drug screening experiment. models. Is it resemble to the humans? Not really. So what if we can use an iPSC that come from the humans, so we can do something that is more specific towards the human models. Okay, so I believe that stem cell is actually a very big breakthrough as well. Okay, I think back to 10 years old, back then they already started with the stem cell, and then now currently we do it as a regenerative of retina therapy. And I believe that back then, retina is actually the first therapy that has been done using stem cell. Okay, why? Because it's isolated. Because your eyes is isolated model compared to other part of anatomy. Okay, and then we are currently focusing on the physician's medication as well. So in my studies, basically I'm focusing on the retina organoid by using this organoid model to approach towards the physician's medicines. So we believe that you can take it from the humans. It's easy. You can just you can withdraw a blood and then you can make it as a different types of stem cell. You can get the blood and then you can grow into the retina cell as well. But the most importantly, when you're using iPSC, you need a Yamanaka factors. Okay, have you ever heard of Yamanaka factors? These factors actually come up with Nobel Prize in 2017. Okay, they get a Nobel Prize winner. So they found out they have these 4 Yamanaka factors. You can grow from this cell into immature cell as well. So from this immature cell, you can grow into different types of cells. Actually, if let's say we talk about iPSC, it's about spare part. Okay, like car, we have spare part. In human, we also have spare part as well. So we can use iPSC as a spare part as well. Okay, so one of it, and as I mentioned just now, when you done your experiments, you can do it in vitro examinations, you can do drug screening, and you can even do it as a physician's medicine as well. Okay, so this is my studies. How I want to conduct a study is usually I spend 150 days, 150 days. Okay, try to imagine in the lab, I spend almost 150 days to run these experiments. Okay, every day you have to come to the lab and then you have to change the cell as well. So I have this iPSC, what we call as a human induced pluripotent stem cell, and then I induce into EB cell, and then after 150 days I get one retina organoid. What's so special about this retina organoid? It's not single cell. If let's say you talk about stem cell, we always look at one single cell. But in organoid, they have multiple layers of cell. Okay? So actually over here we have retina ganglion cell, and then we have photoreceptor cell, you can see over here. Okay, and then we will have the retina pigmented epithelial cell. So in one single organoid, you can get 3 different types of cells. Isn't it amazing, right? So when we move forward, okay, as I mentioned just now, you can get 3 different cells. You can see over here. It's true. Okay, you can get a retina ganglion cell. It's a receptor type of cell, and then you can get retina pigmented epithelial cell, the black color one. Okay, after 150 days, you can get this photoreceptor cell. Okay, so when you done an experiment, you grow a cell, you have to prove it. Okay, your hypothesis says that, oh, I managed to get a photoreceptor cell, I managed to get an organoid. So you have to do a characterization. Okay, in this point, I'm using immunofluorescence method. So you can see they have a light over here, green color, red color, blue color indications. This indicates that the cells that you're running is, you get it, the photoreceptor. Okay, blue color basically is a nucleus. That's why you can see a lot of blue color. This indicates of the nucleus cell. Okay, just now as I mentioned, we have photoreceptor. The second cell is retina ganglion cell. You can see all these kind of these are neurons. Okay, that's why it looks like a brain cell, because RPC is the one that connects your eyes into the brain. Okay, so one of it you can see is the neurons marker over here. So to prove indicates that the cell particularly they can be transmitted. Okay. Moving forward, we also have a retina pigmented epithelium. Okay. RPE basically is the first cells that have been generated in Japan. Then they are the one also that transplants this particular cell into the humans. Okay. I think if I recall, I think back to 2020, they start to do a transplantation. Okay, started from a monkey. So when they done a transplantation on a monkey, they see have no rejections. Okay, then they move forward to the humans. So now they also have this technology, what we call as RPE, by doing transplantation. So in RPE, because it's an epithelial cell, the most important thing that we want to see is the melanin. Okay, when you grow, they can see this dark color pigmentation, indicates you successfully to grow a RPE cell. And you can also see the barrier. what is the importance of this barrier when you look at it? Okay, we call it the Z01 barrier. Because this barrier is the ones that want to control the blood and your retina as well. So it's very important to you have the tight junctions. Okay, that's why we call it the Z01 tight junctions. Moving forward, now we have the applications. Other than that, when you have this RPE cell, when you have this organoid cell, you are not just running an experiment. You can even do a clinical trial as well. Okay? And in my study itself, I'm not doing a clinical trial, but I'm focusing on SARS-CoV. You remember, just now I think they mentioned about in 2020, the most popular disease is SARS-CoV. And if let's say you still recall, the first SARS-CoV happened is an ophthalmologist. The ophthalmologist find out that, oh, okay, we have a SARS-CoV disease happen. Why? Because they found out that patients have a red colored eyes, right? So, in this particular disease, what I studied is, I take the SARS-CoV, I transmit into my organoid. So I found out that because they have this receptor, we call it as a ACE2. If let's say you still remember back then, for you to get COVID, you need to have this receptor. We call it as a endogenous angiotensin converting enzyme 2, ACE2. If let's say you have this receptor, you might be able to be transfected with SARS-CoV. Okay, if let's say your organ without SE2, you cannot get transmitted with SARS-CoV. That's why back then, one of the medications we're trying to prove is that we block the receptor of SE2. When you block the receptor of SE2, then you won't get SARS-CoV. Okay, in my study, I'm trying to prove it in the eyes model. So you can see I break my organoid cell into different types of monolayer cell and then into the retina organoid as well. This one I'm using qPCR methods. When I do my qPCR method, we call it as qualitative PCR method. Okay, so you can see the expressions number of the in SE2. And this one is the TMPRSS2. Okay, you can Google, you can look around what is SE2. SE2 basically is a receptor. Without this TMPRSS2, your SE2, once your virus get into your cell, they won't undergo cleavage, they won't undergo transmission as well. So it's very important for you to have SE2 and TMPRSS2 as well. Okay? So in my study, I have proven that this retina organoid contains of these two things. That's why it can be infected with SARS-CoV. So what I did is that I do a pseudovirus. Have you ever heard of pseudovirus? Pseudo is being fake virus. Okay? So what I did is that I take the lentivirus of HIV, I transmitted it with the SARS-CoV. So I can do it on the table. It's not dangerous. Okay, but it can limit the SARS-CoV as well. Okay, because they're using the backbone of this lentivirus. So then you can do a transmission. This one is we call it as a plasmid. Okay, you can use bacteria as a plasmid backbone as well. Then you can do a transmission. So it's safe to be done on the table. Okay, and then what I did, okay, how you want to prove if let's say your SARS-CoV have been inserted into your retina cell? What I do is that you can see the green color over here, right? Okay, the fluorescence. It indicates that the virus managed to go into your particular cell. This one is the original, the 0 hours. You don't see any green fluorescence, isn't it? Indicates that at times your virus doesn't go into your particular cell. Okay, so after a few hours, they start to go into the cell. In that case, I also can look at the studies of how long does the virus get into the retina as well. Isn't it amazing? Okay, it's not only on drugs, but I can study on the viruses as well. Okay, so in research, don't limit your hypothesis. When you get something, you get your spark of interest, you have to get this curiosity. Test your hypothesis as well. Okay, and I believe that most of the people who do it, NGS, we have encountered this thing as well because it's RNA sequencing as well. So what I did, I want to prove my study concept. I take a control patients, people who are healthy, and I compare with my NGS data as well. So in this RNA sequencing, I can do a lot of studies. I can even look at immunology examination as well. Okay. This is my current studies that I'm doing. Okay, I'm running on the oxidative stress. I look at the retinal degeneration as well. So you can do a normal HLT study. When I do a normal HLT study, you can see I put an oxidative stress. Okay. And then you can see the organoid start to have this kind of gaps as well, right? You can see from the hygienic staining, immunostaining as well. So this is, I'm using the protein expression study. Okay, we can do protein expression study. You can look at the BCL2, BAX. This is all what we call as an apoptosis examination. Okay, so a lot of things that you can explore. Okay. Other than you look at the apoptosis examination, you can even do DNA damage. Okay, if let's say you are familiar with the DNA damage, you can find out about these HMGE1 genes, and you can also look at this gamma H2AX. Okay, when you look at the expression, indicate there is a DNA damage. So your cell is undergo a DNA replication and damaging, and then you can undergo the repair mechanism as well. So this is the beauty of using this retina organ. You can run several examinations. So last but not least, what I'm trying to say is, let's say you have this iPSC technique in your university. You can do a lot of research as well. Okay, not only into the infectious disease, but you can do a drug screening mechanism as well. Okay. So at last, I would like to acknowledge my university, because as a UCMI, for giving me this chance and then running the experiment as well, and my previous university, National Young Child University, for allowing me to study on the IPSC study as well. So with here, I would like to end my presentation. So this is the part Thank you.
Can we give another round of applause to sir? Thank you, sir. To learn in such detail about human iPSC stem cells derived retinal organoids and how they can transform medicine to the next level. May I now request Dr. P. Maheshwari ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacy Practice, to give out the certificate of appreciation to Dr. M. Thank you, sir. I know you're all very hungry and we have come to the end of the first session. So I would like you all to go to the Vistara mess, which is behind the basketball court. So kindly have your lunch and be back in an hour. Thank you. known as Zain, is a distinguished academic and researcher with years of experience in the field of medical science, currently serving as a senior lecturer and head of postgraduate programs at the University College NAIWP, UCMI in Malaysia. Dr. Azad has previously held notable positions, including lecturer and head of department at NASA University and postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Malaya. He holds a PhD in medical science from the University of Malaya, specializing in behavioral cognitive neuroscience, drugs affecting the nervous system, and molecular biology. Dr. Isaac's research interests are diverse and include cognitive function, pharmacology, and the molecular basis of neuropsychiatric disorders. His contributions to the field are reflected in numerous peer-reviewed publications and presentations at prestigious conferences. Among his awards are the International Brain Research Organization Travel Grant and multiple research grants, such as the Ahmed Strategy Research Endowment Grant, TASREF. In addition to his research and teaching duties, Dr. Isaac actively contributes to the scientific community through various roles, including as an invited speaker, reviewer for high-impact journals, and member of professional bodies like the Malaysian Society of Neurosciences. His commitment to advancing medical science and education makes him a valued member of an academic and research community. With that being said, please join me in welcoming Sir to enhance our understanding of the field. Please, sir, may I call you up to the stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I hope everyone already had their lunch. Okay. Thank you for the MC for the introduction. Okay, so my name is Monitor. So I will basically I will present or I will give a talk related to the learning and memory, and also how it's related to the neuropsychiatric conditions such as like schizophrenia. Okay, so basically this is the topic of our presentation today. So basically I will go from the memory and learning, and then I will give a talk. I will talk about the cellular changes that happens in the synaptic plasticity, which is basically the important mechanism for the memory and learning. And then we go for the schizophrenia part, and then we go for the loss of brain interest, and the last one, the animal model. Okay. So what is memory? Okay, what is memory, right? So memory is basically the mental faculty of retaining and also the defining the facts, events, impressions, right? So basically is everything that is your story is your brains. Okay, and it's a process, it's a process that involving three steps, three basic steps, which is the encoding, storing, and also the literary information, and it's a part of our cognitive function. Okay, so here is basically the fundamental concept of the memory and learning, right? So you guys basically, many of you are basically students, right? So I think that for you guys to understand that how the memory work will benefit you, especially your exam. Okay? Okay, we start, right? We all, right, learn through our five senses, right? So we basically that we listen to the sound, we see the sight, we smell, we touch, we taste, right? Especially like the Indian food, right? We taste it. And then this information it will be registered in our sensory cortex. Okay, and then this information will be last like 1 to 5 seconds only. Okay. However, this is only brief seconds. Okay, so what you need to do, right? What you need to do to convert to the short-term memory is basically require paying attention. Okay, if you pay attention, then you can convert the information from the sensory memory to the short-term memory, and in the short-term memory, it can last a little bit longer, from half a minute, right? So this one you stay in your short-term memory. However, if you rehearse this information, right, then you can convert it into your long-term memory. So basically, you need to exercise it. You need to exercise it, right? So this one is our goal. Basically, to convert the long-term memory, especially if you guys are pharmacy student, right? So you want to read the book, you want to study, so you want to convert the information, right, from the lectures, from the book into the long-term memory, right? And in the long-term memory, right, your brains already changed. Okay, your brain already changed, and it happened very fast. Even I can say that if you pay attention, right, if you pay attention in this talk, right, and then you try to realize it, right, in this 30 minutes, right, you can convert some of the information into the long-term memory, and that means that your brain is already changed, right? Your brain is already changed before the talk and after the talk, right? Okay, I will talk what actually that happened in your brain after this. And however, the second one is the working memory. The working memory is like the short-term memory. Okay, for example, if I say to you guys that please remember these two numbers, right? The T and 51. So what you guys will do is that you guys all are the streets are paying attention, right? So what is the numbers? 30 and 51. So there's numbers, right, are now basically are being registered in your short-term memory. It's big store for that. But this for example only can last half a minute, only 30 seconds. Okay, if I am saying you, right, 30 minus 51. So what you guys need to do is that you need to hold these numbers 30 and 51. However, you need to subtract it. Right, so you need to process it basically. Right, so this one is what we call as the working memory. Okay? And however, the working memory is like the short-term memory, it also have the limited capacity store, right? So it can be replaced. For example, if I'm asking you like to remember like another numbers, so you will replace the previous information. Okay. And we also have this executive function, right? Executive function. So the executive function is basically the higher thinking, abilities, right? And then we have these two loops, the phonological loops and also the visual sketch pad. Okay, the phonological loop is basically your inner voice, right? Your inner voice. You are basically maybe your inner voice is asking you guys, but who is basically that this presenter, right? So this one is your inner voice, and the visual sketch pad is basically your brain ability to basically to visualize. For example, if I'm asking you to draw the map of the West University, so basically that you can visualize it, and then you can basically give the output, okay, as the drawing. Okay, so this one is basically the executive function. So we have the sensory memory, short-term memory, long-term memory, working memory, executive function. So this one is basically the basic one. Okay. Okay. And if you already convert into the long-term memory, right? We have that different type of the long-term memory. Okay, so this one is a little bit interesting, right? We have the declarative memory and also the non-declarative memory. The declarative means that the memory that you consciously remember. Okay, you consciously remember, you remember about it. And then non-declarative is unconscious. Okay, it's unconscious. You didn't know that you have it, but actually that you have that memory. Okay? Okay, so the declarative it can be grouped into the episodic, which is basically the events that you example, like maybe the bad event, like you break up with your boyfriend, right? Okay, or maybe the guy getting the friend zone, right? So all the events that happening, all the events happening. So this one is what we call as the episodic memory. Okay, and then we also have the semantic memory. Semantic memory is basically the facts, right? For example, like the pharmacology book that you guys read. So this one, all are basically the facts. Okay, so both of it are basically the conscious memory. You remember, you know what happened. Okay, however, the one that you didn't remember, right? It's like the primings. Okay, the priming is the under the non-declarative. You unconsciously memorize it. Okay, priming is basically that you have the stimulus, right? And then that stimulus will basically influence your response. For example, the good example is that like the advertisement boards, right? That you put on the like some that advertise on the road, that the advertisement board maybe Adidas, right? The shoes. And then after you drive, and then you got the Adidas shop. And basically it will prime you, right, to remember the shoes. And then maybe it will increase the chances for you guys to stop to that shop. Okay, we have the classical conditioning tool, right, which is this Pavlov experiments with the dog. Maybe I will talk later. And then we have the procedural, which is the motor skill. I think that maybe like a lot of guys, right, here, right? So maybe you guys that play sport, right? So this one is your procedural memory, right? So you unconsciously remember, alright? Okay. So I think that we learn like many different type of memory, right? Some memory are consciously you remember, some are unconsciously remember. So that's why that memory is actually is more than what you memorize. So even those that receive the memory that's needed you aware, actually you are being stored in your brain. Okay. And okay, for example, maybe another example is like the spatial memory. Spatial memory is basically the memory related with the space, right? And then I think the best example that I saw recently is that like the auto drivers, right? Auto drivers, so here in India, right? So it's very skillful, right? And then they drive very fast, right? So and then they can remember this the map in the Chennai roads. It basically because of why? Because they have this special, they have a better special memory than this, most of us, right? Even though that maybe in terms of the economic status, right, is low, but in terms of this memory type, they actually better. Okay? So it's more than what you memorize. Okay. Okay, so we go for the mechanism. What actually happening in your brains during this during the memory formation? Okay, so this is mechanism that we call or name it as the synaptic plasticity. Right? It's basically your synapse is like plastic, right? So it can change, right? So this mechanism, right? It basically is related with the synaptic connection. That basically that it can increase in the strength or get weakened over the time, and it depends in the activity of the neurons. Okay, and then we have like two mechanisms over here, which is the long-term potentiation and also the long-term depression. So just remember this word. Okay, so this one is our neurons, right? Our neurons are basically they have like this dendrite parts, the cell bodies, the axons, the axon terminal, and the synapse is basically is a meeting point between two neurons, which is the axon terminal meeting with the dendritic spine. Okay, dendritic spine. Okay, we go. And the process of the long-term potentiation, right, is happening in many different areas of the brain, right? However, here is the example that is happening in the hippocampal tissue, which is our hippocampus. Okay, so hippocampus is like the door for you to convert your short-term memory to the long-term memory. Okay, because this long-term memory will be stored in your cortex area. Okay, so here the long-term potentiation, right? It has like 3 phases, right? You see, the first one is the induction. So it can be induced by the high frequency of stimulus, right? High frequency of the stimulus. Okay. Sorry. Okay, the high frequency of the stimulus, and which basically it will cause the translocation of the AMPA receptor. Okay, AMPA receptor. So that's one already the early phase of the LTP. And the last one, the end stage of the LTP is basically it will synthesize this dendritic spine. Okay, it will cause the dendritic spine synthesize. So it means that your brain, when you able to store the information in your long-term memory, your brain are basically growing. Okay, your brain is growing, and they're already different before and after you learn something. Alright? Okay, the long-term depression is basically the weakening mechanism. So here is basically your dendritic spine are being retracts, is changing, right? And then it might increasing in the dendritic spine. Okay, I hope it's okay. Again, I want to go for this neuropsychiatric aspect of the schizophrenia. Maybe just a little bit in brief, and we don't have many time, right? So schizophrenia, right, is a mental illness, right? It's a mental illness. However, one aspect that being neglected so much is the cognitive impairment. Okay, cognitive impairment. And you guys are pharmacists, right? These cognitive impairments in the schizophrenia are basically is unmet therapeutic needs. Basically, that there is no medication for this cognitive impairment. So the antipsychotic are basically that it cannot treat the cognitive impairment. And the schizophrenia, they have this dysfunction in their working memory, in their executive functions, in the episodic memories, right? So they have like difficulty to remember the event happening in their life. Okay, and cognitive function are basically the core features in the schizophrenia group, right? Okay, maybe, okay, the amitriptylines also describing the schizophrenia as the dementia precox, which is basically the early dementia, even though that is being these terms are being replaced later by the word schizophrenia, which is basically the split mind, right? To addressing more in terms of the thought disorder, okay, to highlighting that. And the schizophrenia you also involve in the abnormalities in the long-term potentiation. Okay. Okay, this one is schizophrenia. I think you guys know, like it's have like 3 symptoms. The positive symptom, which is the hallucination, illusion, the negative symptom, and also the cognitive deficit. Okay, what actually changes in the brain of schizophrenia? Okay, so the schizophrenia are not like the pathophysiological of schizophrenia are not involving the neuronal loss like Alzheimer's disease. So the neurons are not dead in the schizophrenia. However, what actually happens is that the dendritic spine are basically getting thinner, right? And it's changing the shape, right? And we also have the low numbers of the dendritic spine, even though the neurons number are same, right? And then this dendritic spine, right, is located a lot at the gray matter layers. And we can see this in the postmortem brain tissue of the schizophrenia. That's the layer of the gray matter are getting thinner in the schizophrenia, right? Okay, the gray matter layer are basically the area of the synaptic connection. Therefore, that is very important, the connection. Okay. Okay, so here is the timings, right? The timing of the gray matters, and the timing of gray matters region at the prefrontal cortex, right? Which is the frontal cortex over here, right? And also the temporal lobes, area, which involve the hippocampus, the amygdala, right? And then another region like the thalamus region, right? So this one is the region of the cremator. And then the schizophrenia also will increase in the brain ventricle volume, right? So this one is the when the brain tissue, right, increasing, so the brain ventricle will be increasing. Okay, so and then this changes is associated with the cognitive deficit. Alright, and contribute to the cognitive impairment. Okay, here is basically the pictures that shows the differences between the schizophrenics and also the normal patient in the cohort study. So basically that we can see that the reds basically, the red region are basically the tiny region of the brain interface, right, that contribute to the cognitive deficit. And here basically the dendritic spines, right, you can see that it's at the dendrite. At the dendrite, right? It's a small proportion of it. Okay? And then here is when we do the histology. And then we see that we stay with the body staining. And then we can see the dendritic spine for the normal patient. And then we can see the numbers of the spine, basically high at the dendrite. However, for the schizophrenia are lost, right? It's low. Okay. Then we go for the last one, which is the animal model, right? So animal model basically is a very sophisticated tool, very powerful tool to investigate for the schizophrenia, right? And we have like different type of the model. You can use from stealing, neurodevelopmental model, right? And here, and then we have this cognitive behavior task, right? Basically to investigate about the behavior of the cognitive behavior of our minds. Right? And we have that example of the task like modus pontanis, radial armis, right? Okay, so this one is the modus pontanis. So basically the mice, right, need to learn over this how to reach to the bigger platform, right? So it's a big group basically, and then we make it opaque, so the mice cannot see the platform. But they need to learn it based on their spatial cues. Okay? So, if the animal model of schizophrenia, they will have this impairment in the spatial memory. Yeah. So, for example, like if during the first trial, basically the mice will basically travel a lot in the pool trying to find the hidden platform. However, over the time, he will basically reach faster and very direct to the hidden platform. Okay, so this one is the video. Maybe we can play. Okay, so he will drop the mice, right? And then the mice need to find the hidden platform. Okay? The mice cannot see the hidden platform, so he will depend on the spatial cues for it. Alright, and then he got into the platform. I will test it over the days for this one, right? And then this task is powerful to show that they have this cognitive impairment. So this one is the radial armis, it basically to test for the working memory. Okay? Okay. So that's the end of my talk, right? So what we cover so far, right? Nice. Okay, so we have covered the fundamental of the learning memory, right? So please remember, right? If you want to convert to the long-term memory, the first step that you need to do is to pay attention. Okay, pay attention. Then the second step, because now this is short-term memory, so the second step you need to exercise more. Okay, do exercise so that you can use the information from the long term to go to the short term, right? So this one will strengthen your long-term memory. Okay, so that's all for everyone. So I hope that everyone can convert to the long-term memory now. Okay, thank you so much.
your words of wisdom. Now, I kindly request Sarvan sir to felicitate Dr. Mohammed Isaac sir. So please can you join us on stage for the felicitation.
Yeah, know that.
Now it's time to introduce the next speaker, Hayley Lilulu. Is in the final semester of his PhD in science. His research is pioneering new insight into molecular diagnostic and the development of innovative technologies related to COVID-19. His work promises to contribute substantially to the global understanding of molecular medicine. As an academician, Mr. Hayley is committed to fostering the next generation of medical technologies. He integrates his extensive research experience into his teaching, providing students with a cutting-edge education that bridges theoretical knowledge and practical application. Mr. Hayley is a professional technologist recognized by the Malaysia Board of Technologies and registered medical laboratory scientist in Malaysia. Mr. Hayley serves as a board member of the Asian Association of Schools of Medical Technology, and collaborates with another leaders in the field to advance medical technology education and practice throughout the Asian region. His journey is a testament to the impact one can have to dedication, continuous learning, and a commitment to advancing scientific knowledge and improving human health. His contribution to medical laboratory science not only enhance academic and clinical practice, but also inspires the next generation of scientists and healthcare professionals. It's a pleasure to welcome you, sir. The stage is all yours. Please welcome, sir.
Alright, shall I start? Good afternoon, everyone. It's been an honor for me to stand here, being invited as a guest speaker for all of you to share my experience during the COVID-19 in Malaysia. But first of all, I'd like to say how it is. Hello, everybody. Indonesia. Alright, today's title is the legal, scientific, and medical aspect of COVID-19 in Malaysia. Alright, I know everyone, and I believe everyone of you knows about the COVID-19. It's a very frightening phenomenon that happens all over the world, especially those who are being affected by this COVID-19. But then again, we have been successfully developed a vaccine against this virus. But we have to be reminded that this virus is a very, how to say, it's a very smart virus, and yet it can be infected every time per second. So there's a lot of research gap happens on the studies of this virus itself. And also, you need to understand that those vaccines developed doesn't mean it's safe. It could be adverse effect towards human body. What we can see here is the overview of the, okay, you can see it, but it's okay, I'll read it. It's epidemiological trends, what happens in Malaysia. If you can see here, the trend, 12 March 2021, which is quite high numbers of people. I think this is because of due to the
the virus Delta, if I'm not mistaken. So Malaysia has experienced a several distinct wave of COVID-19 infection. So the initial wave is like 2020 was largely obtained through strengthened lockdown measures. So during the March 2020 until June 2020, the initial case were primarily linked to the Khatib Jamaah religious gathering in Kuala Lumpur, which is leading a significant spike of this infection. So Malaysia has implemented a movement control order MCO with included a strict lockdown, travel bans, and closures to the non-essential services. I'm humbly to say that our university, UCMI, also one part of this identifications and surveying for those who need during the COVID-19. We have been developed a special COVID diagnostic lab, especially to those who help these governments to resolve and to solve the problems during the COVID-19. As we can see here, this is the timeline when we have this movement control on implementations. During the April 2020, if you cannot see it, it's okay. The MCO was extended multiple times as cases continued to rise. So the government introduced stricter measures, including enhancement of MCO. I don't know what we call here lockdown. Is it? We call MCO as a lockdown in India, is it? Alright. So June 2020, Malaysia saw a very decline the daily new cases, prompting as a gradual reduction of restrictions under the conditional MCO and the recovery of MCO. Academic activities resumed with the strict SOPs. And after that resurgence and subsequent wave, and continue with the vaccination campaign launch, and now we are facing into a new variant we call as the Omicron variant. So there's a lot of research gap that we can study to these Omicron variants. Okay, this is what we can see here in the slide. What is the latest situation in Malaysia? So it's a date of like 20 July 2024. I think it's the last like 3 days before. Okay, we have like infected locus cases 5 million over. And we still have active cases here. If you can see, this is the data from the Health Ministries of Malaysia. We have 9,769, which is still considered to be not safe to the local community, even though we are being vaccinated. And what we can see here, the green color, which is its recovery rate, is up to 5 million over, and we have death around 37,000 of people because of this coronavirus. Okay, so this is happened. This is a city of Kuala Lumpur back then in years 2020 to 2021. What you can see here in these pictures, this is a very traffic jam. All right, this happens like in Chennai itself. We have a lot of cars, and if you have only 5 kilometers from your home, it took about like 1 hour to reach your home. The cities of the Kuala Lumpur. But during the COVID-19, there is none of the cars have to be like, I think it's similar in Chennai also. So early wave of 2020 to 2021, the initial wave was primarily driven by the original strain of SARS-CoV-2 and the Alpha variants. So this wave shows a strict lockdown and variant movement control orders. So the Delta wave is linked to significant surge in cases, of particular in mid-2021. And the wave caused severe infections and high mortality rate. And the peak of the Delta was occurred around July and August 2021, with the daily cases reaching over 20,000. So the Omicron wave is early 2022, which is began to dominate in early 2022. By January 2022, Omicron accounted about 80% of the sequence samples. This wave resulted in very high case of number, peaking over 30,000 daily cases in February and March 2022. And subsequent Omicron wave 2023 and up to now, various Omicron sub-variants continue to circulate in 2023 and 2024. Although these variants cause an increase in cases and the severity remains low, but no significant increase in fatalities was reported. But we have to be careful on this, even though there is some low fatalities happen, that we still have to consider as dangerous. So what is the government response and public health measures? Due is one, and you can see here, the early action is the January 20 Malaysia implemented, which is we have to screen at the airport. So especially for travel from Wuhan, China, and February, March 2020, quarantine protocol were put in place for travel coming from Chinese country. So before you get in like flight back to Malaysia, you have to sit in order at least 1 or 2 weeks in order for you to be quarantined before you are set to move to your hometown. So establishment of the National Security Council (NSC), the NSC coordinates the national response to the pandemic to ensure the advice of across federal and state governments. So this is the movement control that we can see here. The making sure that all of these borders have to be securely, strictly, no person can cross the road. So we have the first MCO, the lockdown, and we have a conditional MCO, which is we allow business to reopen, but under strict standard operating procedures. And after that, on the June 10, we have rates, and after that, following impact and enforcement, which is deployed military and policy to enforce infection restrictions and ensure compliance. So not only police, not only we call as a frontliner, not only the police, but army also are involved to making sure the government is safe from the coronavirus. So this is, you can see here, this is Malaysia highlight COVID-19 vaccination initiative and activities. It's okay, you can't even see it, it's okay. I will try to explain here. So during the 20 December 2022, Malaysian government obtained 4 billion doses of AstraZeneca vaccine. I believe India has their own vaccine, we call it as a core vaccine. So can I know any of you have your own vaccinated by core vaccine? Anyone have their own core vaccine or no one? So AstraZeneca, no. All against vaccine. Moderna, Pfizer. So what else? What else you have? Oh, so it's not a local brand, it's a local brand also. You have to be proud that India is the first, I think, to provide the COVID vaccine. Should be proud of that. India is the last. Alright, so this is what we did in Malaysia back then. If you can see here, we have to extend the ICU in order for us to contain the infections of coronavirus. And after that, we are moving into an isolation center, quarantine center, which is the conversions of the facility, including the convention center, the sport complexes, and other large venues were converted into a quarantine and isolation center for the patient with one symptoms and most awaiting for the test result. So you can see here, this is the schedule that we are converted into COVID-19 patient. And what other than that, we also implemented testing and contact tracing. As you can see here, up here, we can see this is the, we call as the mobile testing unit, as deployed mobile units to reach remote and undeserved area. So not only that, we also promoting mass testing initiative, which is we comply with the RT-PCR and rapid antigen tests. That's the way how UCMI get involved in the promotions or identify of this coronavirus. So we also implemented drive-through testing. I think in India also have this drive-through testing. Already established drive-through testing center in urban areas to facilitate safe and also efficient sample collection. In Malaysia also, we have this contact tracing and surveillance, which we have these apps we call as the My Sejahtera apps. If in India, we have what apps you have? Do you have apps to trace for your health systems, not only for health, but it's also specifically for corona? Do you have these apps in India? So how you trace your COVID or means your symptoms? Like in Malaysia, if like students, if they have this COVID-19 tested positive, but make sure have to be validated by the doctors. And then after that, these students will automatically change their green color apps into a red color. Shows that red color is a positive COVID, and automatically it will be changed. It will be sent to the lecture itself, so that they will have to quarantine at least 5 to 7 days. And if they say you are close contact with these positive cases, there will be like you need to declare that you have been close contact with the positive patient, and then they will turn yellow. So means you have to stay in home or do a self-quarantine at least 3 to 5 days. So you, without any notices to the lecturer, you can use only these apps. But these apps is not only being monitored by the lecturers, but it's also monitored by the governments. And I think it should supposed to be implemented. So we have this My Sejahtera. So in this My Sejahtera, we can check our health, we can talk to the doctor itself. I believe India is moving forward to the artificial intelligence, is it? So perhaps that one systems or application should have not only for those who take it for their health, but it's also benefit for our studies. All right. So we have here also implemented the treatment and protocol of medical supplies. We have standard treatment guidelines by the National Treatment Guideline, the Ministers of Health, regular updates treatment protocol based by the largest global and local research. So these guidelines including the latest global, including the use of antiviral medication, steroid and other supportive treatments. We also have each oxygen treatment and ventilator, prioritized to the availability of the oxygen therapy and the ventilator to severe cases, which is non-invasive ventilation methods we are also used to reduce the needs for incubation. Other than that, our government also ensuring the medical supplies by providing the PPE, which is the personal protective equipment. And also we have these medical equipment, increased procurement and also distribution of the critical medical equipment, including ventilators, oxygen concentrators, and also the test kit. So this is our procedures. So these procedures also can be retrieved from the My Sejahtera applications through our application. Where for your information, also this application have to be implemented. Have to be downloaded from your apps. And of course, every travelers, those who travel to Malaysia also they have to download this My Sejahtera apps. So have to monitor your health and anywhere you go in Malaysia. Alright, so this is the support for the health worker. So we have this protecting of these frontline workers, which is have to provide the adequate of the PPE to ensure that healthcare workers have access to the sufficient of high qualities of PPE. And obviously, during the COVID-19 also we have suffered not only the factor or symptoms like this COVID-19, we are also actually suffering to these mental health issues. Alright, so provide by psychological support services, including counseling and mental health hotlines to address the stress and burnout among the healthcare workers. So we have also provided a hotline so everyone can call if they say they are in the means in the health condition because they lost their families mentally or maybe they have like stress, especially those who how to say, not having support enough from their families or maybe a single mother. So they have a lot of stress. So we have provided them with this hotline so that they can call and then they can raise the issues and to discuss about what is the problem and how to overcome the problems. So the vaccination campaign during the COVID-19, as you can see here, we have a phase of rollout strategies. I think India also have these phases. We have 3 phases. Okay. So the first phases, obviously, we have to give to those the frontliner itself. And the second phase, we have to the high-risk groups, including the elderly and those with the comorbidities. And after that, followed by the general adult populations and also adolescents. By the end of 2021, Malaysia had secured multiple vaccine types, including Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Sinovac, and later Moderna and Johnson & Johnson to ensure the diversity of vaccines availabilities. So these are the types of vaccine that we use in Malaysia. We have Pfizer, Sinovac, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna. The government also, how they distributed the administrations, they have this, how they distribute this vaccine. We have vaccination centers, mega vaccination center, which are large venues such as convention center and stadiums converted into vaccination sites to handle the high volumes of needs. We have also mobile vaccination units, which is deployed to reach rural and undeserved area, ensuring no one was left behind. May I know in India, every one of you is vaccinated. How to ensure every one of you receive vaccine? Do you have systems? You have books? Certificate. Do you know the certificate can be copied? Do you have the barcode for every vaccine? So they will scan the vaccine barcodes. It's good. In Malaysia, we have these Synergistic systems. Every vaccine, they have their own barcode. So if let's say they multiply the barcode, they will detect using these Synergistic systems. Because Malaysia also has this taboo not to receive vaccine. They have their own idea. Sometimes they believe that they have their own religious studies also. They don't want to receive this vaccine. But we have figured out how this vaccine can be distributed to all people in Malaysia. So what we did is we are using registration and scheduling. So the big play of parts is MySejahtera systems, which is a central platform for the vaccine registrations, appointment scheduling, and tracking vaccination status. So if they say in these apps, what we did in Malaysia, if you receive this vaccine, so they will monitor you over the time. Means if after the vaccine, after 1 or 2 days, you receive this vaccine, and you appear to have these symptoms, you have to report to the systems. So when you report to the system will detect and they will send the health worker to reach you and to consult you and also they bring the ambulance if they say you are in the level severe. So that's the way how this Malaysian government serve the peoples of Malaysia during the vaccination process. But in order to reach the rural areas and the communication, what they need to combating the vaccine hesitancy is by the public information campaign. So we have extensively use of media, including TV, radio, social media, and communities media to disseminate accurate information about the safety and efficacy of the vaccine. Because every one of us seems like we heard that this vaccine are not enough research, right? They have like first trial and the second trial, and it comes into the third trial, and then we also call those who are 100%, 100 people as a volunteer, so that these things are really not so, they're afraid of having this vaccine actually. So we need to combat this vaccine hesitancy by helping by those who are the leaders of this, the leaders of the government itself. And we make sure that the leaders of the government shows the video. In Malaysia itself, we are, how to say, we not to say not believe, but we are afraid of taking this vaccine. So what we did is we asked all these ministers of Malaysia, including our Prime Minister of Malaysia, to take this vaccine in front of the media and to show to the people of Malaysia. So if these bosses, if these ministers taking this vaccine, then only everyone will follow, including those who are obligated to the branches. And we also have educational initiative, which is to have webinar, we have town hall, and we also have information material distributed, such as brochures, poster, digital content in multiple languages to reach diverse population groups. This is the monitoring and safety. We have this adverse event reporting, which is the real-time monitoring. We also have been monitored by the National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency, NPRA, and we have the booster doses. So in India itself, you have like booster, like four times vaccine. So you have like 5, only 2, only 2, 3, only 2, 3. Okay, 3 is the booster. Okay, in Malaysia, it's complementary for those people who have 4. We have 2 doses earlier, and then we have 2 booster after that. So the vaccination coverage, high coverage by the end of 2021, over 90% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated. So adolescents vaccination, significant progress was made in vaccinating adolescents aged 12 to 17. And the reduction in severe cases and death, positive outcomes, mortality reductions in severe COVID-19 cases and fatalities, demonstrating the effectiveness of this vaccination campaign. So this is the challenges and solution what we did. We have shortage of the supply chain issue, and we have vaccine hesitancy from the people, and we have also logistical challenges. So the scientific research and innovation. So the epidemiological studies, we have these transmissible soft dynamics, study conducted to understand the transmissible patterns of COVID-19. We have our Institute Research Medical Center in Malaysia, and we have also cluster analysis, which is identify and analyze the major COVID-19 cluster to determine the factor contributing to rapid spread and the effectiveness of containment of strategies. We have genomic sequence also in Malaysia, and we have genomic surveillance sequencing of SARS-CoV-2, samples to track the emergence and spread of different variants. And we have various tracking, collaboration with international database to monitor the presence of impact variants of concern, we also like Delta and Omicron. So this is clinical research trial. We have drug trial also in Malaysia. We have combination therapies. We have a vaccine trial, local vaccine development, and we probably say also Malaysia have developed this vaccine. And also we have, similar with other vaccine, we have mRNA based, and we also have inactivated virus for the vaccine. So we have this technological innovation. We have digital solution by Sudhakar, and we also provide the AI and the data analytical. So public health integration is by using this rapid cascade, that's another best cascade. This is the place that the Institute of Medical Research in Malaysia, they have a very big buildings, and I am one of the current researchers also in this place. We have the Paradigms of Understanding. Our university also contributed to the research of this vaccination developments. Alright, we have Impact Society of Economical, we have this health and well-being, education, social, and of course the community and the social dynamic. This is the impacts of the economical. I think we can skip this one. The long-term implications and recovery, it's so small, I can. Yeah. Okay, so we have here in long-term implication recovery, we have public health investment, we have digital and technology advancement, we have social protections, and we have environmental sustainability, we have regional and global cooperation. So this is the lesson learned, everything everyone knows about how we have to learn and what is the future preparedness. We have early and decisive of actions, we have robust public health infrastructure. We have also comprehensive vaccination campaign. We have collaborations, partnerships. We have adaptive or flexible response, and we have addressing socio-economic impact. So this is the challenge: vaccines, hesitancies, managing variants, and future preparedness. So this is the scars, which is the Malaysians have been developed the vaccines over the years, and we have successfully developed the vaccines, as I said just now, and that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for providing us so much information regarding COVID-19. May I now request Dr. Malakudi Vedraj ma'am to felicitate Mr. Harry with the certificate.
Last but not least, I would like to introduce Mr. Rashmiti sir to speak on the power of synergy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce our final speaker for today, Mr. Rashmiti. He is a lecturer in medical sciences at University of Colorado, where he imparts his knowledge to both diploma and bachelor students. He holds an impressive educational and research background. He earned a diploma of science in science, a bachelor degree in biomedical science, and a master degree in pharmacology and toxicology from University of Utah, Malaysia, one of the top research universities in Malaysia. In addition to his research on pain management, he has made remarkable strides in electrophysiology studies. He established a deep-published facility that has been a cornerstone for toxicity studies, including pioneering research on kidney toxicity at his university. His work in this area has been recognized internationally, and he presented his findings at the prestigious International Student Congress on Biomedical Sciences 2024. He also won third place for oral presentation during 5th Malaysian Conference on Biomedical Science and a bronze medal in third International Innovation, Design and Articulation in 2016. His research contribution has led to several publications on anti-nociceptive and cancer studies, underscoring his dedication to advancing medical sciences. His academic and research journey includes a noteworthy fellowship at University Medical Center, Groningen, in the Netherlands, where he explored the pathobiology of lymphoma. As a passionate researcher with aspiration for PhD level students, he continues to push the boundaries of knowledge in this field. Today, he will share with us his latest insights and findings from his research fellowship in the Netherlands, a session that will be both enlightening and inspiring. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rasuli Ayalufi. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Mic on, bro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Finally, I'm the last speaker. Yesterday, I was so excited to come here and to come to India. This is my first time in India. And I was so excited because since I was a little boy, I always watched Bollywood and Hollywood movies. So when I come here, I see a lot of Shah Rukh Khan, Sri Devi, Kajol, Kamal Hassan, and Regenerative. So I was so happy today. And I wanted to present about Bollywood and Hollywood. But my friend said you are a scientist, so you should present about science. So I should speak to science. So today just give me like 10 to 15 minutes. I will not talk very long. And the title of my talk today will be Unlocking the Power of Synergy, Revolutionary Approach in Cancer Therapy. So when talking about synergy, it's actually combining two things. It's either drugs or other things that can treat your diseases. So we will look further into that. So this is the overview of what I'll be talking today. And for the introduction, the approach that I'll be talking today is actually synergistic therapy. So what is actually synergistic therapy? You can see it is the use of drug combinations of other therapeutic modalities. Other than drugs, it can be irradiation or chemotherapy to achieve a superior therapeutic effects or benefits compared to just using one drug. We combine two or more drugs to give higher or greater benefits. So why do we want to do that? Why do you think we want to do that? Firstly, is because we want to enhance the treatment efficacy, so they will become more effective. And secondly, to reduce drug resistance. Some drugs, especially the one that we use in cancer, if you use only one drug, it can be resistant to this cancer or the disease. So if we use a combination of drugs, the chances of it to become resistant is less. And also to minimize side effects. Especially when we combine two or more drugs, we will use less amount of that particular drugs. So when we use less amount, the effects will be less as well. So this is some of the reasons why we want to use combination therapy or synergistic therapy. So some of the mechanisms used in synergistic therapy, you can see, firstly is by targeting different molecular pathways, especially by combining drugs that act on distinct molecular targets. That means some disease, they have different pathways. So if you target different pathways, it will give more benefits or it can cure the disease faster. And secondly is for drug sensitization. We use one drug to make the disease become more sensitive to the other drugs that we want to use. And thirdly is to overcome resistance. Combination therapies also help in preventing or overcoming resistance mechanisms that cancer cell develop against single agent. So you use single agent, it can become resistant, so we use more than one kind of drugs. So I can show you some of the published articles on the mechanism. For this one, for the targeting different pathways, they actually use the PI3K and NEK inhibitors. Both of the inhibitors target different pathways, so it will help to cure the disease faster. And for the second journals, you can see PARP inhibitors and platinum-based chemotherapy. The PARP inhibitors actually make the disease become more sensitive towards the second drug that we're going to use, which is the platinum-based chemotherapy. And for the third example, you can see it's a combination of BRAF and NEK inhibitors in treating melanomas. Because resistant to BRAF, melanoma can become resistant to BRAF, and when we combine with NEK inhibitors, it can help to overcome this particular resistance towards the drug. So today, actually, I want to share with all of you guys. I had the opportunity to do a research fellowship in the Netherlands, and the research that I'll be sharing today is mainly from that research fellowship. It's in the University Medical Center Groningen, in the University of Groningen, Netherlands. It's a very big hospital, and it looks like a hotel. So mainly the study that I did over there is on lymphoma. So what is actually lymphoma? I think all of you might already know. Lymphoma is the cancer of the lymphatic system, the system in our body that fights against bacteria, diseases, mainly our immune system. So in that immune system, we have organs and cells, and that organs and cells can become cancerous and turn into lymphoma. So actually there are two main types of lymphoma. The most common one, which is 90% of the time, is the non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and second one is the Hodgkin lymphoma. So my study involved on the non-Hodgkin lymphoma. The cancer cell lines that I use is from that side, and from non-Hodgkin lymphoma, actually it is subcategorized into subtype called primary central nervous system lymphoma that involves the central nervous system. So when we are talking about central nervous systems, drugs that are targeting to central nervous system must have the capability to cross the blood-brain barrier. And from that TCNSL, it is further subcategorized into A, B, C, D, L, B, C, L. A lot of letters, especially it is the active B cell like diffuse large B cell lymphoma. So that is the particular cell lines that I use to do my study on the synergistic therapy. So this particular disease, we already have treatments called R-CHOP, which is the combination of rituximab and also several kinds of drugs, chemotherapy. But however, this particular drug is insufficient. Why? Because they have poor penetration across the blood-brain barrier. As I mentioned, the disease of our central nervous system is the brain. So the drug needs to cross the blood-brain barrier. So the current drug that we are using lack of this specific capability. And the second one is this particular drug have severe side effects on our long brain function. So my lab, our lab, and the colleagues, we wanted to target this disease, so we have to search for a particular pathway that we want to attack in the cancer cells, in the lymphoma. So one of the characteristics of this particular lymphoma, called DLBCL, that I mentioned earlier, is they show high levels of genomic instability because there are a lot of DNA damage occur inside the cancer cells. And this pathway is actually crucial in detecting, repairing, and responding to DNA damage. And this involves the cell cycle, because you know, in normal cell cycle, before our cells move to the mitosis state, the damaged DNA has to be repaired. So cell cycle regulation ensures that DNA repair is complete before cell division occurs. So before the cell divides, the damaged DNA has to be repaired. That occurs in normal cells as well in cancer cells. But in cancer cells, we don't want the cancer cells to repair themselves because we want to kill the cancer cells. So this looks like a promising and suitable target towards our drug, the pathway. And we also found from previous study there are two key proteins that play crucial roles in this process. The first one is the V1 kinase, and the second one is the CDC25 phosphatase. And the most important that I'm going to talk about is the V1 kinase. So V1 kinase is actually prevents progression from the G2 in the cell cycles to the M phase until DNA repair is complete. So before they can migrate to the M phase, the DNA damage has to be repaired. And this V1 kinase helps the cancer cells in repairing the DNA. So we don't want that. We don't want the cancer cells to repair themselves. If they repair themselves, there will be more cancer cells in our body. So what we're going to do is we're going to use inhibit the V1 kinase. And from previous study and as well as the studies that we did in the Netherlands, we use a drug, protein called MK1775, also known as AZD1775, which inhibit the V1, the WEE1. So when it inhibits the V1, it will help the cancer cells to die because there will be a lot of DNA damage in the cancer cells. So moving on to the particular research that I did, there will be two objectives. That using the same approach that I have mentioned earlier, the synergistic approach. I'll be using combinations of drugs to help the other drugs to kill cancer cells. The first objective is to combine the V1 inhibitor, which is the MK1775, with radiation therapy, meaning we use irradiation to kill or to make the cell weak, and then we use the MK1775. And second objective is using the V1 inhibitor in combination with another drug, drug Y. And that is a drug Y has another name, but actually this drug is being used for another type of lymphoma, not this particular lymphoma, but this drug Y has the ability to cross the blood-brain barrier. So using this information, as I mentioned earlier, this particular disease happens in the brain. It has to cross the blood-brain barrier. So by using this particular drug, we hope that this combination can cross the blood-brain barrier and kill the cancer cells faster and better. So this is the method that I use for the first objective. Firstly, for the first one, we use radiation therapy or irradiation towards the cancer cells. Then the SUDHL2 is the particular cancer cell line that I use. And then I treat it with 4 different concentrations of the MK1775. And then we do methodic assays to see the effectiveness. And for the second objective, I use the same cancer cell lines, the SUDHL2. And then, firstly, I treat it with the MK1775, the V1 inhibitor, and then proceed with drug 1. And after that, I did 2 kinds of analysis or assays: the DNA damage detection. We want to detect DNA damage to the cancer cells. And the second one is the cell cycle distribution. We want to detect at which stage of the cell cycle most of the cancer cells are. And both of these is being tested using flow cytometry method. So I will not go deep into the results. These are the results. But what I can say, what the results is, the combination, the first one that I use, the radiation therapy, it enhances the sensitivity of the cancer cells towards the second drug that I use, which is the MK1775. And second combination, which I combine drug 1 with MK1775, it induces unscheduled G2 to M progression in the cell cycle. We have G2 before M. So the cells go to mitosis before the DNA is being repacked. So before the cancer cells DNA is being repacked, they progress to mitosis. So the cancer DNA is damaged, so they will not be able to divide properly and they will die. This leads to increased DNA damage. So what we can say that these results suggest that the combination of MK1775 with radiation therapy or drug 1 holds a significant promise and warrants further investigation. So these kind of prove what I've been talking from the beginning, which is the combination of drug or the synergistic therapy can help to kill cancer cells or help to cure diseases faster and better. So some of the takeaway points from my talk that I will share with you guys is that this synergistic approach has been proved to be useful, especially in clinical settings, because all of this research that we've done, if it's not being translated into clinical use, there will be no use. So some of the combination therapy is currently being used in the clinic. So that is our target, what we want to do finally. And this particular synergistic therapy has very high potential enders, especially now we have AI, big data, and so on. We can use that to help find suitable drugs that we can use for the synergistic therapy. So finally, this is the people and institution that I would like to thank for this particular research, Dr. Lilia and also Muhaim from the Netherlands, and also my university, UCMI, and also the University of Groningen. So before I end my presentation, I would like to share with all of you a quote from a very famous singer, A.R. Rahman. He says that success comes to those who dedicate everything to their passion in life. So to be successful, it is also very important to be humble and never let fame and money travel to your head. So that is the answer by A.R. Rahman. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving this a fantastic lecture. May I know where was Dr. Thomas sir, Professor, Department of Pharmacy, who is one of
So with that, we would like to conclude K1 of IJCMHS 2024. We'll see you all tomorrow with another entire